Dr. P, if you are there, just give me a shout so that I can introduce you, then we can start our sections. Chat participants, can you check whether Dr. P is there online? Oh yeah,
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Okay, so we can start. Huh? Our Dr. P is our former dean, and currently she is a departmental lecturer in Buddhist studies at the University of Oxford. She is also a senior lecturer here in Theravada studies at SSBU. She studied a BA in economics and management at Oxford before completing her MA in Buddhist studies at THOAI, University of London. In 2010, and her PhD in Buddhist philosophy at King's College, London in 2014. Her research interests bridge the fields of Buddhist and Burma studies and primarily concerned living traditions of Burmese Theravada Buddhism, as well as their global impact and relevance. She has undertaken monastic training in Burma as a preceptor nun in nunneries based at Pie, formerly Plom, and Sakai. She has also undertaken meditation practice within different meditation traditions in Burma since 2005, and teaches Vipassana meditation in Budapest, Hungary. So today, the title of her presentation is Bhavana as a multisensory practice, bodily experiences in Đ钵NG meditation. So we are here, welcome our former dean, Dr. P. Piojo, to come forward and take over the floor. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Venerable. And Dr. Kinyatipa, and also to the organizers. Please excuse my voice. I've been unwell a little bit. So my voice is a little bit croaky currently. So I won't take much time in terms of introductory. I will just go straight into my talk. Today, as the slide has shown here, I want us to think about bhavana as a multi-sensory practice, and I will explain it in a kind of contextualize it first in existing literature. What do I mean by kind of multi-sensory practice? When we look at the literature, current literature on mindfulness, Buddhist meditation, and bodily experiences or somatic experiences, there's been quite a lot of literature on it, but I want to just focus on three publications as an example. So the first one is Padma series, Da Silva, 2017, Emotions and the Body in Buddhist Contemplative Practice and Mindfulness-Based Therapy. This is a book and looking predominantly body and mind, how they are interlinked or how they are interconnected, and how the body can be used as a therapeutic resource. So by that he means tuning into our bodily changes and slight differences in breathing, for example, to explore our emotions and to depersonalize our emotions. Because when we experience, for example, anger, we often personalize that kind of emotions. Even happiness, we say, oh, I'm so happy. That kind of personalization comes in. And the idea there is that we can use our bodily changes and noticing how they change, in order to depersonalize our mental states. And then the next one is a recent publication by Ellen Langer. She's from US, and I think she's based at Harvard University, and she's been known as the mother of mindfulness. So I want to differentiate here. So she herself actually differentiates her way of practicing mindfulness from Eastern meditation or Eastern Buddhist meditation. So her way of thinking is pretty much based in Western psychology. And here she advocates kind of mindfulness as a continuous active process of noticing things. So noticing in daily life. And she goes as far as saying that you don't need to do sitting meditation. Of course, when we look at Buddhist meditation traditions, sitting is part and parcel of it. So there's a slight difference. But one thing that is quite interesting and quite common in common characteristics, the way that she thinks about body and mind relationship, and similar to Buddhism, is the body and the mind as a unifying whole. So you have a kind of the relationship, very interlinked relationship again. And one of her experiments that she did actually shows a change in awareness. Our perception actually changes our physical and biological states, which I thought was really interesting, and which we can observe in daily life as well as in our meditation practice. Another one, recent publication, and for those who are interested in mindfulness or Buddhist meditation and how kind of latest research being done in the US, I do encourage you to Google up these scholars. Can you still see my PowerPoint slide?
Yes.
Okay. I do encourage you to look at these scholars. And one of the publication is looking at how bodily awareness radically changes during jhana states. So this idea of our body dissolving, self-dissolving. Previously, the research kind of looked at this state as a whole, as a one thing. But what they are saying is that you can actually break it down into 3 levels, and that at the deepest stages of jhana, meditators encounter complete phenomenological absence of bodily awareness. So the body, in a way, kind of dissolve away, which, for those who have experienced that kind of really deep meditative states, then you might have experienced these kind of things as well. Okay, the next one, I thought it might be. Okay, let me just stop and share the screen again. So I was talking about this interrelationship between mind and the mindfulness, Buddhist meditation, and bodily experiences. Now I want to look at existing scholarship is how the body can be used as an anchor. And also how changes in the body influence in the mind influence the body, and how the perception of the body changes during meditation of jhana states. And if we look at it overall, what they're actually talking about is the relationship between the body and the mind in relation to our contemplative practices. I use the word contemplative practices here mainly because there's a slight difference between mindfulness and meditation. And not everyone is talking about meditation. Okay, so that's why I'm using broader term, which is contemplative practices. But my approach for this paper is slightly different. So my approach puts bhavana here. We can translate it as cultivation or development as the center of our practice. And my approach see bhavana as a dynamic, multisensory practice. What does it mean? It means that bhavana includes a range of activities. So it might include daily worship of the Buddha. So in Myanmar we would say Payashakore. Okay, daily chanting, Payaza Yudde, Paya Yudde. Okay. And then joining meditation retreats. So people these days go on retreats, either online or in person, or doing dana. So any kind of donations or any other kind of kudo. Okay, so that would help us to develop skillful chittasika, if you like. Okay, so wholesome chittasika, and so that's kind of and in this talk, I'm going to be focusing on the ďŭNg meditation tradition of Myanmar, specifically looking at sitting practices in that tradition. So I want to introduce, for those who are very familiar with the ďŭNg tradition, you know the founder, who is ďŭNg Syarapyaji okay, and just a brief overview here. He was born in Lower Burma, and then he was sent to a monastery for education. But he came out with he couldn't read even after his education at the village monastery, and then he got married 4 times, and then he did various kind of jobs, including being a robber. There are very famous stories about him, how he kind of faced death, near-death experience, and then that actually led him to do meditation practice. And he followed kind of solo method at the beginning. But he when I say he followed, he just read had read Sono Syarapyaji's Theravada biography, and then he just followed the technique. And then he was meditating for 16 hours and so forth. And then, but he was actually questioned by educated monks. So in a way of verification of his understanding of Dharma and attainment and so forth. Okay, with that background, I just want to quickly move to the ďŭNg breathing, ďŭNg technique. I'm using the word ďŭNg breathing technique here mainly because currently, if we look at ďŭNg meditation center, Kamatandai, okay, wherever, they would start with this breathing technique. So at the beginning, and then later, different centers have different approaches, and they go off in different ways of practicing the meditation. But for beginners, as far as I know, they use strong, rapid, and rhythmic breathing. And then posture is quite important as well. You have to sit cross-legged, comfortable, straight position. I mean, these days, some teachers actually allow you to sit on chairs, and if you can't sit on the floor. But the main point here is that not too tight, not too loose, so that it's kind of like a natural position. You're encouraged to check your posture from time to time, and And basically, you cannot change your posture during the sitting practice. And when I started practicing meditation in Tengu tradition in 2007, it was almost all the time kind of 2-hour session is the standard. These days, on various retreats, they might start with 1.5 hours and so forth, or sometimes they do 15 minutes Tengu breathing practice sessions and shorter ones. So the tradition itself is adapting. Putting that aside, once you are sitting down and doing the practice, the meditator is supposed to or instructed to bring awareness to the nostril area, be aware of in-breath and of the breath or the touch. Sometimes the meditator, depending on one's own parameter, he or she might be able to focus on the sound of the breath, for example. Because you're breathing 1 or 2 times faster, I mean, the sound is quite obvious. Rhythmic breathing and with equal amount of in-breath and out-breath is encouraged and is very helpful. If you don't have equal amount of in-breath and out-breath, the body will get tired quite easily. If you do longer in-breath, then you're actually taking in quite a lot of oxygen. That is not also good. That's not good for the body. Nor if you breathing out longer as well, you're exhaling, letting out oxygen longer, carbon dioxide longer. So that is not also balanced. So you have to have a balanced, equal amount of in-breath and out-breath. The rate of breathing also should be stable. But for the beginners, if you are trying Tengu retreat for the first time, it's quite a difficult task to get into, and you may take 3 to 5 days to get into it, into the breathing technique. So for those who are thinking or who started practicing in this technique, it takes time. So just keep that in mind. Breathe from chest area, not from the stomach, is also important, because if you are breathing actually deeper from the belly, it will actually make you feel more tired. For those who might be practicing yoga, for example, who are used to breathing from the belly or tummy, stomach, you might find that you go back to the yogi type breathing, and so be mindful of where you are breathing from. Make sure that there's no tension in the face or in eye areas. Sometimes if we just start focusing on something, then normally it's our body's tense. Okay, do not stop or start the breathing again. So it's important to maintain continuous breathing. Do not tense the body while practicing the breathing. So one thing that I want to clarify here is these are the instruction, and these are encouraged to do for practitioners. I mean, when I teach meditation, Tengu meditation, I encourage people not to do that. Of course, if you're new to the technique, if you're new to meditation, body tensing is a part and parcel of the practice. So you will feel it. The body will go tense, partly because of new experience, partly because of the rhythmic fast breathing. But gradually, what you should be experiencing is like letting go of these tensing automatic reaction of the body, as it were. So it will become less and less, and also more subtle. But the first retreat, second retreat, you will keep experiencing these kind of things. For me, it took quite a while to kind of let go of various tension, okay, in the body. And then do not move the body or the head. So this is about the keeping the posture in the way that you started. So it's important to keep checking the posture with your mind's eye. Okay, is my head tilted, or where is my kind of shoulder? Is it up, down? All these kind of different small things. And then do not open the eyes during the practice. Because of the sound that, when you're in-person retreat, on an in-person retreat, because you'll be sitting with other meditators, and the sound can be quite multisensory, and it's invoke various kind of reaction to the sound, or to the light, or to the smell, whatever. But it's important that you don't open the eyes during the practice. Okay.
Excuse me, Dr. P, can you just sum up, because already 18 minutes?
Yeah. So one thing. So this is kind of, this slide is highlighting various experiences that you might also experience, which is similar. But I want to move on quickly to highlighting kind of what you might experience as your concentration increase and mindfulness increases. So the mind becomes, you will experience that even in the first retreat, Đ氨retreat. So concentration will increase, mindfulness will increase, which means that you will be able to stay longer with the breath or the mind, the body. Okay, so you will start experiencing that. This slide actually summarizes how we can actually identify monkey mind using the body and the bodily experiences. And I won't read the whole thing, but I want to focus a little bit on what I call specific conditionality. This is how, for a meditator, if you are experiencing certain kind of experiences, what you might be actually, for example, you might be doing sitting session at 2 p.m. after lunch. And then the first point is like how everything can go wrong or downward spiral, because you rush off from the beginning, not checking the body, not checking the posture and everything. And then you can't create this bodily sensation and emotions. So it's like you personalize everything. Or the second set of conditions might be, okay, you take your time, you tell yourself that it's time to meditate, you settle down your body, the mind, and everything. And then the second set of scenario is where you don't experience, you can create space between what you are feeling, bodily sensation, and how the mind is responding to that. So this is kind of like a step-by-step how you might actually try to create a more favorable conditions for your practice. But one thing that I really want to share with you today is the final one. So bhavana, sometimes it's like when we listen to the instructions and on a retreat, it's like you have to do this. It's like a checklist. But bhavana is not that simple. Basically, it's never a linear progression, not even a cyclical progression. It's more, sometimes it's like 1 step forward, 3 steps back. Okay, sometimes it's like you're going around the loop, and it's because of various things happening in your life, in your work, but also how you might be exploring different aspects of meditation or practice. Okay, sometimes it might be a leap of faith. I remember one of my teachers actually letting me saying to me to let go, and you know that I would struggle for about half an hour, but he was just being there and to let go. And then once I let go of whatever that I was clinging, I was in this kind of peaceful state. But that took kind of like a leap of faith or courage to do that. It takes time. Another one is kind of complete surrender. In Tengu retreats, you might often teachers would say short, and then kind of say short, say shita. Everything is like be patient and things like that. And sometimes you might just kind of have to do the complete surrender. Okay. And sometimes it's about waiting for maturity. Okay. So I've been practicing this in Tengu traditions since 2007, and it's taken so many years. Okay. So it's but the point that I want to make is, yes, it's waiting for maturity. Waiting for maturity doesn't mean that you don't practice. As long as you keep on practicing and doing the meditation, at one point, everything will come together. The conditions that I mentioned, they will come together, and then it will mature. But you do need to be patient. So I will stop there. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. P. The time is getting a bit faster. Okay, I'll just make a snapshot of what Dr. P just now presented. She argues that the bhavana, instead of the popular term, meditations, and it's a dynamic, it's a multi-step, a multi-sensory practice. So rather than just a linear process. So using Burma's ďŭNG tradition as a primary case study. By her own direct own experience, veteran experience and observation, and she noticed that how practitioners utilize difficult body sensations as an integral part of their spiritual cultivations, and also in some way related to understanding in patthana. Yeah, thank you. So I think we can manage one questions. We are running late. Is there any questions here from the on-site or over the online? Okay, we have questions here from our Bhikkhuni. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I just had a question about this. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, the ďŭNG breathing technique. And you mentioned some steps that one could apply in order to apply this breathing technique. So if we want to take this as a practice in our daily life, do we need to have regular guidance from a meditation teacher who has practiced this, or can we try it ourselves and see how it goes? So how much kind of guidance do you need from an instructor, a meditation instructor, to do this practice?
If you're trying it for the first time, yes, it would be very wise to have start trying with a online ďŭNG breathing technique sessions that various centers offer. So as far as I know, I think there's some in Myanmar as well as in the UK and US, and they do online practice sessions. So if you can join any of those kind of sessions and to start off, then that would be a way into ďŭNG breathing, ďŭNG tradition, and how they practice meditation. But when we say daily, how can we incorporate daily into daily life? I would say that because of the technique itself requires us to be kind of physically comfortable, and also kind of the various sensory stimuli that comes with it. I would say that you need time to just sit down and then do the ďŭNG breathing technique, as it were. And then so what I'm saying is that especially for beginners, it's not like how you incorporate Mahasi method into daily practice, for example. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be, you need time and space to start this technique. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I personally have experienced ďŭNG meditation retreat. I will tell everyone that it's not for feeble mind. Within like 10 days, you have 3 sections of 3 hours, no changing posture. Think about it. You have to tune your mind to a very equanimous state in order to enjoy it and do a lot of observation and mindfulness. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. P, for your such a fascinating presentations. Okay, so we're going to move to our second presenter, Ms. Subayeri. Okay, Ms. Subayeri is our Master of Philosophy scholar, currently based in SSBU, and she completed her MA in Pali and Buddhist Studies here, and she holds a BA in English Literature from Karnataka University and an MA in English Literature from Osmania University, India. Ms. Suba also completed intensive Pali courses, and she taught in various centers, earning a certificate in diploma in Pali and Buddhist Studies, alongside a postgraduate diploma in Theravada Buddhist Psychology and Psychotherapy. Okay. Beyond her academic pursuits, Shuba brings 16 years of clinical experience as a past life regression therapist. Okay, having successfully guided clients through over 4,000 cases. Okay, without further ado, we welcome Ms. Subayeri come to the stage and to present her interesting story. Thank you.
Hey to everybody. My deep respects to all the 4 assemblies here, the venerable monks, venerable nuns, lay men, lay women, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. My topic is the Sayaji Ubakhin tradition of Vipassana as taught by Satyanarayan Goenka, who is known as Goenka Guruji. So this tradition also has become the Goenka tradition outside India. In India, Vipassana is Goenka Vipassana. We don't know any other. So little bit of background. During the colonial period, Lady Sayadaw encouraged people, lay people and householders to study Pariyatti, Abhidhamma through Paramartha Sankepa, and practiced Patipatti through Vipassana meditation. he focused on householders. He encouraged like householders, laymen, and laywomen. So his lineage, which came down, was Sayatechi, Sayaji Ubakhin, and S.N. Goenka. Goenka is called Guruji. Guru is teacher, and J-I-G is what we in India add as a respectful suffix. So this lady, so this is the lineage basically. Lady Sayadaw, Sayatechi, Sayaji Ubakhin, and Goenka. So, as we all know, all the Buddhas are born in India, and then we lose his teachings. It's happened before, it happened this time also. So, Guruji is an Indian. He was born, bred, and brought up in Myanmar. He studied under Sayaji Ubakhin and reached a number of milestones in just 14 years. In 1969, he was coming back to India to take care of his mother, to meet his mother who was unwell. She was under a lot of mental anxiety. She was the family was in Kutch in India. And he wanted to meet her. So Sayaji told him, it is not you who is going to India, it is Dhamma which is going back. Burma owes a debt to India for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. You have to repay it by re-establishing it in its land of origin. That is how Vipassana came to India. So the 10-day, I'm going to talk about the 10-day course. It is the basic foundation. We have to do 3 10-day courses and then do Vipassana, Satipatthana, Vipassana, which is actually the Vipassana. But here he makes us practice a 10-day course, which is extremely strictly structured. He introduces noble silence, which lasts continuously for about 230 hours. There is 0 day for admission and all the getting your rooms and all that. And then the 10 days and 11th, 12th day, we leave continuously for 227 hours. Now, this you have to understand how important this is in the Indian context. Keeping totally silent even without any gestures or eye contact. When emotional storms are raging, because there is no escape route. We can't talk, we can't write, we can't call, nothing. And you have to shut up, you can't meet anyone's eyes, we can't do anything. This is impossible for Indians. I'm one. And my talk today is coming from an Indian non-Buddhist female laywoman's perspective. Okay, we are a talkative people. And so far we have found no reason to keep things to ourselves. We just talk. We have opinions on everything, 10 opinions on one thing, and we exchange. Whether it's family, close friends, neighbors, commuters in your train, we are talking, and it works like therapy. So there is less anxiety. You just talk, we just vent. So not talking for 10 days. Many people have told me, see, we have 9-day fasting, continuous fasting, twice a year, which women do with a lot of devotion. They said, we will not eat. We are used to it. No talking? What are you talking about? So this was one, like he had to really enforce it, this rule of noble silence. Day 1 to day 4 is Anapana. Anapana taught me unequivocally that my mind and I were two different entities. I was its slave. It would not listen to me, which was not a nice realization. It was the first of my many battles with an invisible enemy, which I could not feel substantially for long enough to control it. The thoughts raced, my mind ran with them, and it was exhausting. It kept going into the past or future, ignoring the breath of the present moment. This battle we had to fight again, not looking at each other, not talking to anybody, anything. But by fourth day, we learned a little to control it. And the initial storms of emotions also subsided. Vipassana is taught on the fourth day and in a continuous 1.5 hour session. Now here on the fourth day to about 8th day, we go over the body. We go over the skin and experience whatever sensation is emerging, ongoing, or receding. We move systematically and feel all the sensations, intense, gross, light, subtle, blind spots, whatever. We start with big chunks of our body and keep reducing. We do not identify its nature. We just have to feel sensation. This is Vedananupasana. We don't stay because it is pleasant or skip because it is itching or paining. Now, registering the sensations was itself a very new, absorbing and enchanting experience for me. I never felt sensitive. When I'm suddenly scared, I know, oh my God, my stomach dropped. Yeah, my hair stood up because I was scared, or my heart beats, whatever. I mean, yeah, these things happen. I had never noticed or deigned to notice that they are connected to my thoughts. There's no need. Watching the sensations. Defilements have roots in the depths. This is all Vipassana Jnana, which came later after undergoing the courses. They manifest from the body through sensations which we now become physically aware of. We physically experience that they are impermanent and also that we have no control over them. The best we can do is to become aware, move ahead. Before, I had been generally oblivious on the body, whether pleasant or unpleasant, and ignorant, avidya. So on the 9th day, a lot of storms have again come up and gone because now we have something better. It is not the breath. I have sensations to focus on and then fight with them. Okay, don't pain, no, get away, go all. Then I know it's not going to listen. So slowly I learn not to react to them. This happens, a whole lot of defilements come up in memories, slow down. 9th day, Guruji guides us to go inside the body at the energy level, start from the top of the head and feel the sensations inside. This is the Ajhata part of QUÄC tradition. The earlier one was the Bahiddha part. Ajhata, Bahiddha, Kaya, Anupasati, the Satipatthana. So this is the Goenka tradition, Ajhata and Bahiddha. Now, while practicing, sometimes we may go just on top of the body. Mostly after 9th day, we all want to go inside and see how different it is going to be. So some more emotional storms come up. But now we feel, okay, I know what to do. We may or may not, win those battles, but we feel we know. Now, within the body's framework, Nitya Kayagatam Sati, Ajhata and Bahiddha. By 9th day, we learn to sweep our body from top of the head to toes, Udam, Adho, Tiryancha, whatever. Later, it becomes a habit. So we just go top to bottom, bottom to top, some kind of structure. But we maintain it so that blind spots, if there are any, and there are always blind spots, we don't jump over them. we have to note that, okay, this is a blind spot. It is part of my body. Sampajanya is something that we have to. This sentence, sampajanya rinchati, is something Guruji talks about. He repeats this 100 times. Understanding of truth in all its aspects and don't let go of it. Metta Bhavana. 10th day is Metta Bhavana. In India, Punya. There is PHÁP and there is Punya. Yeah. Punya is understood as the only currency which will work beyond death. So we all do good deeds with our, I have to earn Punya. It is the only thing. We have this saying in every Indian language, tie it up like a bundle and take it with you after your death. Okay? Potli band ke leke jao. So, Punya is something that we have to earn and we have to protect. The lightness, Guruji on the Metta Bhavana day, he says, okay, actually the lightness and peace that you feel after the mental operation of cleansing by your own method is the real Punya. So I was absolutely overwhelmed when I heard this. I said, oh, this is, he said, you earned it. You donate something, it is your husband's money or your father's or your somebody or whatever. You're just giving, or you're doing things or whatever. What is your input? Now here, I've gone through those 9 hellish days. I have not understood the concept, but I have felt the changes in me just because I've followed the instructions. And yes, I am feeling light and peaceful and contented. So I was very happy to know that this is the actual punya. And then Guruji says, okay, so now we are going to distribute it in the form of metta. So I was overwhelmed again. I said, how, if this is punya, if this is what I have to distribute, then what happens to me when I die? Then I said, no, merit, so I can't give it away. Should I give it away? Then his instructions were going on. I said, okay, 9 days, I have listened to every instruction. I've not really understood what was behind it, but they have benefited. I cannot explain to third, fifth, seventh person how, but inside me, I know I'm much lighter. I know where I'm making mistakes and I have learned the technique not to do it. Okay, so I will listen to him this time also. I will distribute my metta. Okay, very reluctantly. The first course, when I gave metta, it was so magnificent. I never known such a feeling existed. So after initial shock and reluctance, giving it away as metta was gratifying. It was wonderful. Now at times it attracts me to the next course. Takeaway 1. Physically and mentally I experienced anicca and also the anicca of dukkha. Anatta, in my first 1, 2, 3, anatta was far away. Anicca and dukkha. Dukkha, I knew, even outside the course, inside the course. Takeaway 2, I learned through experience that when I am equanimous to the sensation on the body, I become equanimous to the thoughts which accompany it.
Sorry for disturbing. Miss Yeri, you have already
So what does it say? While undergoing the fruit of my past karma, I do not sow the seed of new karma. Vedana, samosarana, sabbe dhamma. Everything that arises in the mind is accompanied by sensation. So now a part of my mind has developed a habit of being aware of bodily sensation all the time and feel its quality of anicca. Vipassana Research Institute, Guruji started in 1609. This is they carry out a lot of projects. There are now 3-4 pictures. This is the global center in Mumbai. The smaller pagoda is air conditioned, and there are rooms where 10-day longer courses are conducted. None of the Goenka pagodas are completely built up. They are all hollow inside, like this. In the Mumbai Global Pagoda, I was there for its opening. The center that you see, the golden one, is the keystone. It has Buddha Dhatu. And this huge hall, which doesn't have a single pillar, at one time, 8,000 people can sit and meditate. This is Igatpuri Dhammagiri main pagoda. About 400-500 meditators can sit. And each of these petals that you see is a sunyagara. It's a cell. That is where we go and meditate. Even from the first 10-day course, 5th day, 6th day, teachers looking if the person is ready, they send. And after that, succeeding courses, we go and meditate there. This is the Sayaji Ubakhin village. Guruji has constructed it in Guruji's, Sayaji Ubakhin's, his teacher's memory. And thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the such an interesting personal story. A lot from Ms. Subayeri's presentations. She basically outlines the structure and method of a 10-day Vipassana retreat taught by the S.N. Goenkaji, tracing its lineage back to Lady Sayadaws and tailored specifically for lay householders. So Ms. Yeri highlights how this techniques balances her intense practice like noble silence and progressive meditation techniques with nightly discourses to deepen the intellectual and experiential understanding. So, okay, thank you so much for your very wonderful presentation. And now we open up for question and answer, Q&A. Okay, so we have a questioner here.
Thank you so much for the remarkable presentation, Madam. I happen to be an old student of this tradition too. So a few times I joined, it's really fascinating. From the traditional point of view, you have already mentioned that the tradition derived from the Lady Sayadaw, Hanagan Sayadaw. But from traditional point of view, there are some critics. Critics is not louder, but it's silent critics about the over-simplification and over-secularization of Vipassana meditations. So as we have already know that the Vipassana meditation which was the unique discovery of the Buddha, and a differentiate from other practices like Shila Samadhi. Those contemplate Buddha individual identifications or Pukkala person, but Vipassana, when you come to here, nothing there, only reality, right? So no connecting to the Pukkala identification, personal. So if there is a critic to this tradition, it is something because you have already mentioned no pagoda, no Buddha statue inside there, no need to worship, no preserve. The sila, like a preliminary works there, no. So if there is a critics, oversimplification, over-secularization of the Vipassana, as a layperson, what will be your encounter with the good reasons to these critics? Thank you so much.
So, like I said, Guruji structured this for Indians. In Indian tradition, in Hinduism, Brahmanism, in all other traditions, there is a lot of variety of worship with the 5 senses, like flowers or incense, um, chanting with all five senses, which is used as an escape route. I know that. So Guruji said nothing. But in his 10-day courses have 1 hour discourse in the evening. That is the only time you listen to somebody else's voice. Hourly instructions are there. In the discourse, he explains what it is. And after even one 10-day course also, we come out being extremely grateful to Buddha. We don't show it. It is not secular in the sense that it is neither here nor there. I came out extremely grateful to Buddha and his brilliance. So that part. Now, this is just the first step. After 3 of these, there is Satipatthana, in which we practice on all 4. And then he explained, those discourses are wonderful. But after this, there are 20-day, 30, 45, and 60-day courses in which he, depending, because it corroborates with the practice, a lot of pariyatti, a lot of abhidhamma, a lot of the suttasar is taught, is actually, he mentions it in the discourses. Only thing is, we don't have like hundreds of books on Goenka Vipassana. There are hardly any books. Go, shut your mouth, sit. It's like being a masochist. Why did I come here? We all go, but we go. And we come out cleaner. Little by little, we understand that this is the Buddha who is teaching. It is not secular in the sense that the way mindfulness is being treated now, nobody mentions it was Buddha who taught. It is there. The gratitude, the memory, the remembrance, and deep gratitude is there.
Okay. Is there any questions from the audience or from online? Okay.
Yeah, can I add something? Is it hi?
Online, right? Okay, so
Am I audible?
identify yourself. The time when you are going to ask questions, please identify yourself. Who are you?
Yeah, my name is Vikas. I was a student there in SSBU. It's
Yeah.
so
Can you show up yourself? We can see.
yes, a moment, please. I'm not sure if I'm visible.
Okay, Vikas.
Yes.
Oh, okay, Vikas. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you all. Yeah.
Ah.
So it's not a question. I just wanted to say that the idea that Buddhism was totally lost in India, it's not quite true. I mean, of course, it was lost in mainland India, but there were still Buddhist practices that remained in the peripheries. So recently, I mean, in 2023, there was a book out there. It's by a Canadian scholar called Douglas Ober. It has traced these histories. I think it's a really good book. We should probably take into, I mean, it's not related to this presentation, but somehow the idea that everything was lost in India is not quite true. So I just wanted to highlight.
Yeah, you're right. It was not complete, but then people didn't know what Buddha looked like also.
The scholars actually...
He became a 9th avatar of Vishnu.
Well, it has a very different history. Yeah, that's right.
This will not get resolved.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, one more questions from... Okay, can you quick and short? Straight to the point, please. Thank you.
My name is Selena Mabirati. I would like, because this is the first time I heard about the Goenka meditation, and then I have interest. How about the interdependent part in the Goenka? Is it the body sensation and then the mind take it as anicca, dukkha, anatta?
I didn't get your question. We practice anapana, 3.5 days, and then vipassana. You experience dukkha, but you get to experience the anitya of dukkha. is what I said. That it goes. And this tradition makes you stay there until it goes. Until you feel it is gone. Yeah, it's gone. Why was I craving for it to go? You experience everything. It is not separate. Okay, now 2 to 4, we are going to practice anicca and then anatta. No. The instructions are given in the evening for anapana. The area reduces every day. Vipassana, you start top to bottom, become sharper, grows to subtle, over the body, cross, up, down, whatever. Those instructions, they're very clear instructions. It is not separate. It's a package. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Subayeri, for your presentation. I just want to add one word, maybe I could. According to Echata Bahida, as I understood, from commentary, from the Sutta commentaries, the Bahida and Achata, according to the Theravada commentaries, are not referring to the inside the body or outside the body. It's actually internally means this body, externally is other bodies. So this is a difference.
You meditate on the body. When
you come to me, in Pao tradition, we can do it. Okay.
Okay.
Now we go to the next speaker, Venerable Dr. Palindriya. Is from Rakhine State, Burma, and he entered the monastic order in 1995, received higher ordinations in 2000. It holds a BA in English and MA in Buddhist Studies from the University of Kelaniya in Sri Lanka, alongside the Sasana Daja Dhammacharya from Burma. In 2023, he earned his PhD from the University of Kelaniya, researching on stress reduction through mindfulness. He has trained extensively in the traditions of Mahasi Sayadaw, Mogo Sayadaw, Autuka Sayadaw, and Goenkazi as well. In 2021, he founded the Metta Sukha International Dharma Center in Yangon, where he currently serves as a chief monk. He also served the leading implementation committee for Rakapura Buddhist University in Sidway. So his title of presentations is Benefits of Practicing Mindfulness Meditation on Youth Stress in Modern Times. So we welcome Venerable Dr. Palindriya to come to the stage to give his talk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Moderator, Venerable, all Venerable Bhikkhu, Venerable Bhikkhuni, lay people. I'm very honored to have him today at SSBU University. So the first SSBU Alumni Conference, I'm going to present to the benefit of the practicing mindfulness meditation on youth stress in modern time. So in the title of this content, I'm going to quickly, based on the time, as much as possible, the first introduction to youth stress in the digital age, drivers of the stress in the first phase war, physical benefit of the mindfulness, psychological impacts, and emotional regulation, cultivating co-life competence, evident from educational and community programs. Conclusion, a better life skill for the future. So in the introduction, in the today globalized world where everything is moving quickly and there are a lot of new idea and the way of doing things, there is a strong competition in order to occupy resource for living. This competition has led to the development of the new technology and the fast communication, which can make it difficult for young people to live comfortable lives. People suffer from the stress in the today world in every stage of the life, from childhood to old age. For this, the reason mindfulness meditation is really benefit for the youth stress. So I think nowadays most of the people, youth or older person, have at least a little bit stress. So in the 21st century crisis and resilience, in the recent year, the youth in the 21st century have faced unprecedented mental health challenges brought by digital age. Mindfulness Meditation Center in the present moment, awareness and non-judgment accept significantly enhance individual psychological resilience. So you can see here in the percentage, academic competition is 85. That pressure. And social media pressure, 75%, 78%. Technology overload, 92% nowadays. And the resilience and mindfulness, only 45. So as we can see, the level of this technology pressure, social media pressure, academic pressure, is so much impact on the youth people. Drive the stress in the fast world, you can see here, and the primary stress factor among modern youth. So here also 85% for the academic competition, for the academic competition, intense academic competition, and relentless performance pressure drive the state of the perpetual cognitive strain among modern youth. And the digital connectivity. It here also social pressure and impact by the consistent connecting social media and creating environment that demand rebel emotional resilience. So those things are also digitally embedded into a lot of difficult for the young people, youth. So information overload also. Everywhere we open the mobile phone or television, information is a lot. So especially media, new media, every media showing to the bad news actually. Good news is very little bit because they want to more overview, and then when the more popular, they want to be really controversy news or something like that. Therefore, information is a lot. If we open one news, another similar news is beside also like that. That is we can say it is the AI idea, AI creation. Because if we open one sound, very similar open sound is beside you. That is the AI creation. Therefore, information overload is very difficult to young people. Here, physiological benefit of the mindfulness. The physiological impact of the mindfulness practice on the youth demographic is characteristic by measurable stabilization of the body, autonomic nervous system by activating, modulating biological stress marker. Mindfulness transitions the body from the state of fight or flight to rest and digest. Here, biological stress marker cortisol level is here. You can hide so marker and pre-practice and the post-practice. If we have a post-practice, we can significantly reduce for the stress. So resetting heart rate, we can see pre-practice elements, post-practice stabilize or lower, like it may reduce stress. And nervous system, the pre-practice sympathetic, post-practice parasympathetic. Impact on the recovery and balance, you can see here, and the tension even point is a 20 point and 30 point is something like that. So stress intensity recovery rate. Therefore, so we need to focus on this also. Psychological impact and emotional regulation. So emotional stability, you can see it's a 52% reduce in passive anxiety. So emotional stability 45%, cognitive clarity 38%, anxiety reduce 50%. So if we are practicing mindfulness meditation, emotional stabilization is much better than daily life. Cognitive clarity in the strength, mental clarity, essential for the academic and personal success against digital pressure. And then cultivate core life competence. Core dimension self-awareness. You can see here key growth effects. Establish deep inner connection and the accurate identify emotional trigger. Resist identity anxiety caused by social media. Empathy, foster non-judgment, acceptance self and others. And the modern life value, improve interpersonal relationships and build harmonious communities. So adaptability, enhance cognitive flexible in complex and changing environment. Modern life value, transform challenge into resilience for the growth. So if we practicing mindfulness meditation, there is a benefit to the young people. Here we can see evidence from the educational and community program. So empirical research indicate that systematic mindfulness meditation program which implement in school and community bring profound structure improvement to youth mental health indicator. So here, observation dimension, student clinical anxiety, baseline performance generally high, post-intervention significantly reduced by practicing mindfulness meditation. Quantity benefit, psychological stress relieved, anxiety level return to the healthy range. Classroom focus or span, easily distract, balance performance. Post-intervention study improvement, quantitative benefit, concentration markedly improve, enhance cognitive regulation. So peer relationship style, baseline performance, social alliance or stress. Post-intervention, more supportive. And cognitive benefit as acceptance, empathy develop, stronger peer support network. So practical guide to the practicing for the young people. Mindfulness require no blind faith. It is important. It is a practical skill to the verified by the personal experience. It can be practiced formally. That means sitting, or informally, mindful eating, walking, sleeping, etc. So the mindfulness meditation requires quiet place. That means choose a peaceful location, maintain a strong posture, and relax neck and spine. And the second, set a time. Start with the 3 or 5 minutes for the beginner, and increase the duration gradually, or 3 to 50 minutes if you have a little bit experience, to the 50 minutes, such like that. So you have to set up time for the beginner. If you are stressful, so for that person, you should start 3 to 5 minutes daily. And the third thing, focus on the breath. Observe your breathing, rhythm, or note raising and falling. So that means it's a focus breathing and breathe out on the nose. So what is breathing? You have to know it. This is a breathe in, this is a breathe out. Notice from the nose area. And number 4, return gently. Silently identify wandering thought and bring awareness back into focus. That means it's whatever you are feeling or hearing something, please come back gently to the breathing area, to the nose. Whatever you are hearing, just hearing, and return to the after that. Or maybe you are pain something, this is a pain, I know pain, something like that. After that, you have to come back gently. Don't judgment, this is too much pain. This is too much square. This is too much tired. If you want to sleep, I'm sleeping, I want to sleep, something like that. That means it's what is happening in the present moment. So the Buddha means that what is meditation practice is what is happening in the moment. Because we people who are stressed something, we are focused on future or past, not in the present moment. The Buddhas really Buddhas really want to do that. Be present see what is happening in the present moment. So in the present moment, nothing stress, nothing worry, nothing problem, right? The problem is maybe something past, something based on the future, because our mind is not in the present moment. Therefore, practically guiding is breathing focus. Here, like a meditation practice, whatever, no problem, in the washroom, in the anywhere, any position, you can practice this mindfulness meditation to reduce youth stress. In the conclusion, here, long-term well-being intact and focus cognitive performance 32, and emotional regulation 38, stress reduction 45%. It is a lot. If you if you are, many people, so many people say that we are very busy person, like a bee. Bee is always doing another flowers and another flowers every day, 24 hours like this. So we are like a bee. But if you are a busy person, meditation can help you to get rid of the tension and to find resolution. If you are a worried person, meditation can calm you and help you to find peace of mind. If you are a person who has endless problem, meditation can help you to develop the courage and strength to face and overcome them. If you lack self-confidence, meditation can help you to gain self-confidence, which is the secret to success in life. If you have a fear in your heart, meditation can help you to understand the real nature of the problem that are making you afraid. Then you can overcome the fear in your mind. So this is the benefit of the mindfulness meditation. So in the conclusion, Buddhism is rooted in the nationality. Buddhism is rooted in rationality and timeless truth. Rather than demand blind faith, the Buddha encouraged individuals to use their own wisdom to investigate and verify the Dhamma teaching through personal experience. By developing internal peace, young people gain emotional regulation and clarity, allowing them to expand their inner peace, outward support global social well-being. Mindfulness serves as the first foundation of the mindfulness meditation, establishing a path toward verifying morality, concentration, and wisdom. The benefit of the internal peace and clarity do not stop with the individual. So you can apply their mindfulness to support social well-being, explaining their inner peace, outward to help make the world a better place. Young people get critical emotional regulation skill necessary to deal with everyday challenge in a resilient and effective manner by developing heightened present moment awareness and self-reflection. So here I want to say the most important piece is daily practice is very important. 2 or 3 minutes 3 or 5 minutes, it doesn't matter. The matter is there. Daily practice is very important.
We have exceeded the time.
Yes. Therefore, mindfulness meditation is the only way to free from youth stress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Venerable Dr. Perindriya for his presentations. His paper is so pertinent, to today's world, with a lot of stressors being reported from among the youth, among the teenagers, age groups. Okay, so I'll make a outline of his paper, somewhat a bit different from what he was presenting here. The paper actually examines mindfulness meditations as a vital life skill for youth, demonstrating with this presentation through a lot of empirical data, its effectiveness in lowering physiological stress and improving emotional regulations amid modern academic and digital pressures. By analyzing research and case studies from education programs, the study highlights how the practice builds resilience, sharpens focus, and fosters healthier coping strategies for the next generations. Thank you. Now is a Q&A. Anyone has questions? Please come forward, raise your hand, or anyone from the online?
No.
Okay, so we have, please introduce yourself. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm Pandey Counseling, Pali lecturer and MP candidate in SSBU. Thank you, Venerable Dr. Pinjiriya, for your wonderful presentation. Actually, I don't have a question so much. However, I have something to comment to fulfill this in your presentation, something like that. You are mostly focusing on the mindfulness, especially breathing meditation, that can reduce the stress of the youth. That is your main argument. That okay. I have listened to one Dhamma talk that especially Mahayana Dhamma talk. One of they tell the one story that in Theravada meditation, they always focusing on they are always talking about mindfulness meditations, a breathing meditation, actually. Okay, someone fall down from the trees. At that time, his hands are broke. How do we breathe? How do we meditate in this moment? Does breathing meditation doesn't work at the time? How do we answer the kind of question? We are always focused on mindfulness meditation. At the time, it doesn't work. At the time, what kind of method do we have to give them? That's the reason. Another thing is that, I have one lay people, my lay devotees, she felt stressed a lot because her loss, her parents, and her brother, and so on. She feels stressed a lot. Then she went to the meditation center, meditate. It doesn't work as well. The meditation centers also guide, instruct her to breathe. Mindfulness meditation. It doesn't work as well. How do we instruct her, in this case, at the moment as well? Then, nowadays, in terms of your presentation, most people feel stressed. Why? What is the reason? We always talk, we are always want to give them the medicine as the medicine is mindfulness. Why we don't find the reason? Why we feel stressed? What is the reason? There is also, we have to give it a solution in this case. So mindfulness doesn't work always. I think so. To reduce our stress. Yes, there is my argument that, that these questions appear in my mind. How do we do that in those cases? Okay, it's not really a question to discuss,
Finish.
Okay, finish, Ivan. How do you respond?
Okay. The first one is if someone's broken leg,
Yes.
the mindfulness meditation it doesn't work. You mean?
Mm.
So actually, the Buddha mean the mindfulness meditation. It's an easy way for everyone.
Yes.
The news breathe in and breathe out is everyone is happening like that, the same thing. Therefore, the Buddha is focused on that. So if the broken legged person they are paying too much, okay, that person need to be really paying. Okay, that pain or if he or she has doesn't experience for the breathing meditation, so at least he or she focusing is pain.
Yes, exactly. That's
Yeah.
I want the answer. You know,
Yeah.
not only
Yeah.
breathing meditation.
Yeah, it's pain.
Yes.
That is mean focusing on what is happening.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whatever, right?
Yes. I
So
agree with you.
that breathing, it's the Buddha is a breathing meditation. Okay, breathing means it's just only focus on easy way because different background, different situation. Therefore, everyone has the same situation, the same condition. Breathing is an easy way to focus that one. Therefore, the Buddha is choose this one if you have something. So if that broken leg person, you have this pain. It is happening. Knowing that pain. That's the first.
Okay, I want to describe it in this case.
Okay.
Instead of saying breathing meditation, we can. Why don't we use the Vedananupassana? You know, observing our pain. You know, instead of saying breathing meditation, or we can focus on present moment. This is also okay. We can the present moment. We feel suffer. You know, we can focus on.
It is true, Venerable, because Vedananupassana is it's a little bit higher than beginner. The beginner person, nothing knowing about the Buddhism, nothing knowing about the breathing meditation, just focusing on that person is breathing is easier than Vedananupassana. Therefore, the Buddha choice is breathing meditation is no problem who has experience, who has no experience. Therefore, breathing meditation easy and focus.
Yes.
Therefore,
exactly.
I think the Buddha choosing to do this.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, please. Next.
Another one?
Okay,
I
another one.
forgot. Another question.
Do we have time? Okay, otherwise we can stop here. No problem. Okay.
It is a lot of white,
You
Venerable.
want your
Thank-
questions be answered by him?
Okay, enough. Okay.
Thank
Oh,
you, Venerable.
Depends on moderator. We'll stop here.
Yeah, we're running out of time. So, is there any questions more? One more question. Oh, okay.
Okay, welcome.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Sarabaya. I would like to humbly ask Shadow opinion. If a teenager already have the problem, such as maybe depression or anxiety, which is better, treat it in the professional way at the psychologist, healing, or just directly to the meditation center? Because if directly to meditation center, maybe because the very beginner, we're talking about very beginner, maybe like the fish taken out from the ocean and then put into the land.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question. It's a good question. A very beginner or he has a stress or something problem. So the first thing, like counseling, we have to discussion what is happening she or he has. And then we should say what is the Buddha say, or what is impermanent, or what is the nature of the problem. So we should focus only that patient by the counseling way to understanding, to closely that person. Because the person who has no personally close is very difficult to understand this is true or not. So, you know, the Buddha mean it's a Pokkala Tapaya. That means it's a friendship is very important to do meditation practice. For those person, before the meditation practice, just like a counseling, what is happening, listening his problem or his problem or her problem, and then how to manage his problem, to understand, to do change mindset. That's very important. Most of the people who are very stressful or who are very problem, they have mindset problem. They think, this problem is only I have this. Other person is easy going around, something like that. Always that person is centralized by himself. Therefore, he or she has a lot of stress. Therefore, before the mindfulness meditation, discuss with her or him and the listening what is happening and somewhat to change, somewhat to understand that, and then mindfulness meditation practice is better. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we should end the Q&A and your section. Thank you so much, Venerable Dr. Penyadriya, for your talk. So we move to the last presenter for this sections. Afternoon, the first section of the afternoon. So next, okay, I apologize because I do not know how to pronounce your name correctly. If you correct, Branko, Branko, we call him Branko
Yes.
all the time.
Yes.
Your name is
Branko.
Mr. Branislav Kovacevic. Is that correct?
I will present myself, no problem. I will tell my name.
So anyone here knows Slavic language, so probably can correct me. Branko is a founding member and active organizer within the Theravada Buddhist community in Serbia. He holds an MA in Pali and Buddhist Studies from SSBU, and having graduated in 2021. For over 3 decades, he has played an important role in establishing Theravada Buddhism in Balkans by translating canonical texts, organizing Vipassana meditation retreats, and extensively publishing Dharma literature. He is also the author of 2 comprehensive books in Serbian. Thus have I heard, the Buddha's teaching based on sources in the Pali Canon, and opening the hand, the Buddha's path to inner freedom through the development of 10 parami qualities. His primary research and practical interests focus on the adaptation and preservation of the Theravada living tradition in non-traditional Western environments. Here, the title of his research is Living Tradition in a Non-Traditional Setting, a case study of the Theravada Buddhist community in Serbia. So please, we welcome him, Branko, to take over the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable. Good afternoon, Venerable monastics, distinguished professors, fellow alumni, and honored guests. My name is Branislav Kovacevic. As an alumnus of the Shan State Buddhist University, it's a profound honor to be with you today at this first SSBU alumni conference. Today, I would like to take you on a journey to a part of the world that is rarely discussed in the context of Theravada Buddhism. My research focuses on how the Theravada tradition takes roots, adapts, and ultimately survives in Eastern Europe. Specifically, I will be presenting a case study of our local community, the Theravada Buddhist community in Serbia. By looking at how our practitioners balance urban life with monastic retreats, I hope to show you not just the challenges we face, but the incredible resilience of the Buddha's teachings when they are planting in non-traditional soil. Thank you for being here, and let us begin. I need to change the slide, but it doesn't go. Why I cannot change the slide? Okay. It takes some time, it seems. To truly understand the significance of our community, we must first look at the unique social, cultural environment of Serbia. When scholars study the global expansion of Buddhism, they focus almost exclusively on Western Europe and North America. Eastern Europe, however, remains a largely unexplored territory with its own distinct set of challenges. Serbia is a highly monocultural society. Our national identity is deeply and historically intertwined with Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Because of this strong cultural anchor, non-traditional spiritual parts are often viewed with skepticism by the general public, and sometimes even dismissed as quote-unquote foreign sects. Furthermore, we have zero historical Buddhist infrastructure. On the other hand, with the more modern post-communist segments of our society, there is certainly an interest in Buddhism. However, this interest is usually limited to a consumerist, wellness-oriented mindfulness, what some sociologists call therapeutic spirituality. People are generally looking for quick stress relief rather than monastic discipline or the path to liberation. So, central question for us was, how does an authentic monastic Theravada tradition establish a strong foothold here? How do we build a living tradition? This brings us to the core of our research question. How do lay practitioners sustain a continuous authentic practice in a society that offers no structural or cultural support for it? To answer this, our research investigates a specific dual structural model that naturally developed in Serbia. This model relies on two distinct poles. The first pole consists of our urban meditation groups, accessible weekly sittings located in major city of Novi Sad and Belgrade. The second pole is our monastic sanctuary, the Oxford Buddha Vihara, Serbia, located in a quiet village of Čortanovci, where we hold intensive, longer retreats with strict rules. Our central thesis today is that while these urban groups are fantastic for introducing beginners to basic meditation, they simply do not possess the spiritual gravity required to sustain long-term practice. Instead, it is the traditional monastic environment with its strict rules, noble silence, and resident monastics that acts as a vital, indispensable anchor for the entire community. Before we look at the data, I must briefly mention how this community was built. It didn't happen overnight. From the late 1980s up to early 2000, informal interest in Theravada began to crystallize alongside the emergence of various other Zen and Tibetan groups in Serbia. But for Theravada, the crucial foundation was laid by our translation project and study groups. A grassroots initiative, which initially registered in 2008 as the Srednji Put, the Middle Way Association, began intensively translating the Pali Canon and the teachings of contemporary forest masters into the Serbian language. This provided the intellectual foundation. Over time, these study groups evolved into practice circles. But the monumental shift occurred in 2017 under the spiritual guidance of Venerable Dr. Kamai Damasami, and we established the Oxford Buddha Vihara, Serbia, in Fruška Gora National Park. This vihara became the very first established Theravada monastery in the Western Balkans. Today, it serves as a residence for monastics from Myanmar, specifically disciples of Bhante Damasami, directly connecting our isolated lay practitioner to an unbroken living lineage. To empirically test our thesis about the relationship between urban practice and monastic retreats, we designed a mixed method research study. Between May and June of this year, 2026, we administered a detailed digital survey via Google Forms to the active lay practitioner within our community. We received 65 fully completed responses, which represent a highly significant sample of the active Theravada community in Serbia. Our survey tracked several key variables. Quantitatively, we looked at demographics, practice longevity, attendance patterns, and how motivations evolved over time. Qualitatively, we asked open-ended questions to capture the practitioners' phenomenological experiences, specifically how they describe the contrast between meditating in the noise of the city versus meditating within the silent boundaries of the monastic retreat. Let us look at the empirical result. The demographic profile of our Sangha was incredibly revealing. We have a perfectly balanced gender representation, but what stands out is the age and maturity of the practitioners. Nearly 80% of our active respondents are over the age of 36. Even more impressively, we looked at practice longevity. In Western mindfulness circles, turnover is very high. People try meditation for a few months and then leave. However, in our community, over 63% of practitioners have maintained a continuous meditation practice for more than 5 years. Another 15% have been practicing for 3 to 5 years. This tells us something vital. The Sabyan Sangha is not a transient wellness group following a new age trend. It's a stable, deeply committed and mature core of practitioners who have integrated the Dhamma into their daily lives. This brings us to one of our most striking quantitative findings, which I call the urban monastic paradox. We ask our practitioners how often they attend the weekly meditation groups in the cities, which are geographically much closer and easier to access. The results were counterintuitive. Nearly 45% of our practitioners stated that they do not attend city groups regularly. They mostly come to monastic retreats. Another 40% attend city groups rarely, maybe 6-7 times a year. Combined, almost 80% of our active practitioners bypass the urban sittings. And here I must add a small footnote, because this questionnaire was filled mostly by our long-time practitioners, because they obviously know better our channel for communications. And this is what I was thinking after the preliminary examination and the collecting results. And practically newcomers are less represented in this methodology and this questionnaire. So that might be also answer to this seems like paradox. So conversely, when we look at monastic retreat attendance, the number source, over 53% have attended retreats in the monastery at least 4 times, with nearly a third of the community being highly regular attendees who have participated more than 6 times. The key insight here is profound. Geographical convenience is completely bypassed in favor of spiritual intensity. Practitioners are willing to travel, take time off work, and isolate themselves in the vihara because the urban setting simply cannot provide the depth of practice they require. We also wanted to know why they practice and how that motivation has changed over the years. We provided a multiple choice matrix comparing their initial entry motivations with their current driving forces. The data showed a profound longitudinal shift. Initially, the motivations were overwhelmingly therapeutic and secular. Almost 65% began meditating merely for stress and anxiety relief, and 54% out of intellectual curiosity. However, their current motivation paints a completely different picture. Today, 78% are motivated by a deep sense of inner peace, and over 72% practice because of the profound desire to understand the Dhamma and actively apply it to end psychological suffering. This is beautiful evidence of the classical Buddhist transition. What started as basic saddha, or initial faith or curiosity, has matured through practice into a pursuit of panya, in experiential wisdom. The presence of the monastery has successfully prevented our practice from dissolving into purely secular self-help technique. So why exactly do they need the monastery so much? We ask our practitioners to identify their greatest challenge. A staggering 77% cited a lack of self-discipline for regular home practice. This is quotation. In a non-Buddhist society, maintaining daily discipline is incredibly exhausting. Although I think also in Buddhist society is the same with lay people. We then asked them, to what extent does the strict monastic environment with its rules and noble silence help you overcome these challenges compared to practicing at home? We used the scale from 1 to 5. The mean score was an overwhelming 4.3 out of 5. Over 81% of the community rated a monastic environment as highly or extremely helpful. The strict rules of retreat, keeping the precepts, adhering to schedule, observing silence, do not feel like a prison to them. On the contrary, these rules act as a necessary external scaffolding. They liberate the practitioner from the constant decision-making fatigue of modern secular life, allowing the mind to finally settle. To empirically test our thesis about the relationship between urban practice and monastic retreat, we designed a mixed method research study. Okay, so now I mixed actually here, this slide 10, yeah. Our quantitative data beautifully illustrate this contrast between city life and the monastic anchor. We asked practitioners to describe the difference in their own words, and their responses were deeply poetic and insightful. One practitioner provided a powerful spatial metaphor. He said, in the monastery, it is like being in the ocean. At home, it is like being in a small stream. Another noted, during the monastic retreat, meditation felt deeper, more collected, and quieter, due to the absence of daily noise, obligations, and technology. At home, it is often fragmented and shorter. This highlights the power of physical and sensory boundaries. By removing the distraction factors of urban life, the vihara provide a safe container. It proves that modern lay Buddhists do not just want decentralized meditation clubs. They actively crave the rigorous traditional monastic framework to anchor their spiritual life. Another crucial theme that emerged is the concept of kalyana mittata, or spiritual friendship. In a society where Buddhism is virtually invisible, isolation from the fellow practitioner is a real psychological threat for a meditator. Our respondents described the monastery not just a building, but as a spiritual lighthouse. One practitioner wrote, just knowing that this place exists just around the corner is enough to weather the storms and pressures of daily life. Even when they are not physically there, the vihara acts as a psychological anchor. Furthermore, they emphasize the power of silent community. One person beautifully stated, when many people meditate together, I can almost touch the silence. This shows us that community in this context is not about socializing or chatting. It's a deeply shared communal endeavor where the quiet discipline of one practitioner silently supports and carries the person sitting next to them. To conclude, the establishment of Theravada Buddhist community in Serbia serves as a compelling microcosm for how Buddhism matures in Eastern Europe. The key lessons here is that transplanting Theravada to the West doesn't require diluting of the Dhamma Vinaya to fit secular expectations. In fact, our research proves the exact opposite. Lay practitioners in these non-traditional environments actively depends on the rigorous traditional monastic framework. Without the precepts, the silence, and the direct connection to the living monastic lineage from Myanmar, the urban groups alone would likely dissolve into a superficial wellness trend. The Serbian model successfully bridges the gap between contemporary psychological needs and traditional monastic structures. Looking to the future, we hope to scale this model, foster regional cooperation in the Balkans, and continue preserving the authentic teachings of the Buddha for generations to come. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to my teacher, Venerable Masami, to the organizers of this conference, and to all of you for your time and attention today. I also dedicate the merits of this research to the continued growth of the Sangha worldwide. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Branco, for your such an encouraging talk. That seems the seed of Dhamma is already started to sprout, and grow stronger in a very, very unusual place on earth. Strong in Eastern Orthodox. I've been to Serbia, for 3 months. I know it.
Yes, we were blessed with your presence.
Yeah, I'm pretty blessed to having such an experience, to know it is very different country than the other European countries, right? In Serbia. So I would like to just give a touch of summary of Mr. Branco's paper, and he basically examines the adaptation of Theravada Buddhism in Eastern Europe through a case study of the Theravada Buddhist community in Serbia. Conducting a survey of 65 lay practitioners. The study reveals that while initial participation is driven by stress, relief, long-term adherence, and a transition to authentic Dhamma practice are sustained by intensive monastic retreats rather than urban groups. And very, very glad to see that. From therapeutic tools to authentic spiritual path. Okay, now question and answer. I would like to invite people online or on site to ask question to our Mr. Branco. He has contributed a lot to the Eastern European Buddhist growth.
Hello, everybody. I'm Edward.
Can you introduce yourself, Mr.?
I am Edward Tan. I'm not a Buddhist. I'm a Catholic Christian.
Yeah, you are one of the presenters.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have been to the THERAVADA retreat for 2 years, and I've been so fascinated with the Buddhism. Although I'm a practicing Catholic, I love Buddhism very much because it's a very practical religion. Okay, Mr. Branco, I'm very happy to get this opportunity to ask you this question. I just wonder, in such a conservative or orthodox society like Serbia, how can you start, right, a community that practices Buddhism, like practices Buddhist meditations, and you gaining number, 65 is not a bad number in a very short time. So I'm very surprised. Do you face or have you been facing any challenges like religious anti-Buddhism, anti-Buddhism campaign, or like libelous, either libelous or slanderous campaign against your activities,
Yes, that's a question that people very often ask me, especially people outside of Serbia. Well, as I mentioned in my presentation, we started like informal groups, and actually I made a Yahoo discussion group, Buddhism, and then people can join, and we were just discussing online through messages. And I made also a website where I posted my translations and then Buddha's discourses over there. So people would go through website, they would go to this meditation group or Yahoo group called Buddhist Meditation. And then just in 2008, we formally registered as a group of citizens or something like that. And then much later, after 3 attempts to register as a Buddhist faith group or religious community, 2 requests were turned down by the Ministry of Justice, who is responsible for registering religious communities. And the 3rd time in 2019, so 2 years later, after establishing the monastery, 2019, we managed to register. So Buddhism became a recognized religion in Serbia too. And it was partly because of our activities and establishing a monastery. But also I would like to stress here and to thank again Mr. Myo E, at that time ambassador to Serbia, Myanmar ambassador to Serbia, who really helped us a lot. He wrote a letter to Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Justice, Minister of Foreign Affairs, explaining that we are authentic Buddhist tradition, because you know how the state employees, they don't know about anything but Buddhism, and they consider us like just some kind of bunch of people, lunatics, wanting to do something strange, some strange thing called meditation. So this was kind of fight with the state, with simply their inertia and not understanding what we are exactly. But on the other side, closer to your question about this religious atmosphere in Serbia, yes, the Serbian Orthodox Church is the powerful religious organization by no means at all compared with anything else. But what is important for us is a local level. And we have a nice cooperation or understanding, mutual understanding with the local parish and the pastor, how would I say, priest, in our village in Čortanovci, because when we were discussing where we should open the monastery, we were hesitant how the villagers will accept us, and maybe they will be hostile to us. And but then no, we opened the monastery and we didn't have any problem. And on top of that, what I just mentioned, the local priest came one day soon after the opening of the monastery. He came to the monastery, and that was funny story, because he told me, I was in Greece on the vacation, and I opened the newspaper, because there are a lot of tourists there and they sell the Serbian papers then. So I opened the paper on my vacation in Greece, and I saw the title, Buddhist Monastery Open in Čortanovci. And I was amazed. I'm a priest over there, and I don't know about Buddhist monastery being open there. I must go there and meet these people as soon as I come back. And he came back, and we meet each other. We had a very nice conversation. And from now on, he was really supportive. And one sentence, what he told me, really got me, that I told him, well, just what I mentioned, we were not sure how the villagers will accept us, and he told me, if you have any problem, just let me know. Whatever I can help, I will do for you. It was huge relief. Fortunately, we didn't need any help from him in that respect, that communicating with villagers and us. And we also tried to present ourselves as a part of this local community. So we donated for the renovation of the local church. We gave donation to the local school. also donated books for the school library. So this is kind of small steps which somehow positioned us in this local community, which is most important. And so far we have only one case when some guys came and behave in not very proper way, and I asked them to leave. And for 9 years, that's quite a good number, just one case. All other cases were very nice people were coming and well-intended, and so yes, there are these kind of two levels to conclude my maybe too long answer. Yeah, there are two levels. On some parts of the Serbian church, they observe all the Eastern religions and the members of these religions as a sects, something negative, and there are some campaigns, especially in the past, not today. But what is important, as I said, is local level, the people that we communicate every day with, and there is no any problem with this. And now we are state-recognized religion, so we have kind of protection also in this legal framework. So I think we are okay in that respect.
I'm very happy for you, and I wish you all the best. I wish you a better future, brighter future, right? To Serbia.
Just one sentence. You mentioned that you are from the Catholic Church, and I must mention also that we rented for many years premises of the Catholic Church of the Franciscan order closer to the border of Serbia and Hungary. And they were very kind. And recently we were invited in my hometown Novi Sad to the center of the Franciscan order, and we met the pater or local priest, and we have a very nice chat. So we try to connect with other religious communities, and I think that's this kind of dialogue is vital for the benefit for all.
With the new Pope, no? With the new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, I think you will gain more favor because he's encouraging interreligious dialogue, no? Inviting so many other religious denominations to Vatican to have an open talk with the Catholic Church, to have an open dialogue with the Catholic Church now. So I don't think you have any problem with the Catholic roots there, but no? Okay, thank you very much.
Also, previous Pope Francis was my, how would I say, important spiritual person outside of the Buddhist world. I like it very much.
Yes, he actually was a Catholic monk, but we call him monk. We have Augustinian monk. It's a Catholic from Catholic Church, but there's a congregation called Augustinian monk, founded by the great theologian and philosopher Saint Augustine of Hippo.
Saint Augustine, yes.
Yes. He founded the order, and this order actually they are rather called friars because they don't stay in monasteries. They go out to the mission work and mix with the people, blend with other lay people, for the teaching job, for the other social works. That is why he knows, the Pope Leo XIV knows so much about interreligious dialogues than anybody else.
That's
so much
very
more
important.
than anybody else, yes. Okay, thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Evan. So I think the questioner has taken over all our Q&A time, right? So we're running late. So now we are going to conclude. Thank you very much, Mr. Rangos, for your very.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you. Let's conclude our sections. This first section of the afternoon program, and now we hand it to our MC, Venerable Vimala.
Thank you so much, Venerable Sir, for handing over the stage to me again. I'm delighted to our moderator, Venerable Vinyati Bhat, for moderating this section successfully. In addition, I would like to thank so much to our presenters for sharing their insightful knowledge. And now let's proceed to the presenting certificate. In order to present the certificate of acknowledgement, may I now invite Venerable Dr. Pinya Phoka to come forward for presenting certificates. Yes, the organizer said we'll have in this one. Yeah. Okay, to receive the certificate of acknowledgement, may I first invite Venerable Pinyindriya to receive the certificate, please. Yes, and after that, Sabayiri. Next one, Sabajiri. Okay. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay. Okay. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, next one, may I invite Venerable Dr. Pinyadiba or moderator to receive. Oh, yes, thanks, sir. Yes, please, Venerable Dr. Pinyadiba, our moderator, to receive the certificate of acknowledgement. Yes, now myself, MC. Thank you so much, Venerable Dr. Pinyapoka, for presenting certificate of acknowledgement. This concludes the session one of this afternoon's program. Would like to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who has joined us today, both here at the KBZ International Meeting Hall and from all around the world. And for the certificate of acknowledgement for presenter from online, we will send you via email soon. And we'll now take a short refreshment break. May I respectfully invite everyone to enjoy tea. Coffee will be served by our SBU staff on the entrance to the KBZ International Meeting Hall. Please enjoy your refreshment, and we look forward to welcoming you back again. Thank you so much. Okay, maybe we'll have 10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes. Okay.
Good afternoon, dear all. May I have your attention, please? Our afternoon sessions 2 is about to commence very soon. Therefore, I would like to request all our alumni, esteemed scholars, distinguished guests, and all participants to take a time and to enter the QUİC International Meeting Hall and be seated. For our participants joining us virtually, please prepare yourself for this final session today. We will begin our program in about 3 minutes. So may I respectfully request everyone to be seated and be ready to start this session in very soon. For those joining us online, please make sure your microphone is muted and your video connections are functioning properly. Good afternoon, dear all. May I have your attention? So in about 3 minutes, our second session, afternoon second session 2, we begin. So please kindly enter the QUİC International Meeting Hall and take a seat. For those who joining us virtually, please make sure your microphones are muted and your video connections are functioning properly. Hello, dear all. Our afternoon session 2 we begin in 1 minute. So please kindly enter the QUİC International Meeting Hall and take a seat. We will begin this session in very soon. So welcome back to final session of day 1 of our alumni conference in honor of the 10th anniversary of SSPU. Before we officially open this session, please take a moment to silence your mobile devices to avoid interrupting our speakers and fellow attendees. For our online participants, please maintain your audio on mute throughout the presentation. And also please note that a dedicated discussion and Q&A period will follow each presentation. We truly appreciate and encourage your added engagement. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. My deepest respect to our Venerable Masangha members, nuns, and good afternoon to our entire SSBU family members, distinguished lecturer, esteemed scholars, students, and all guests joining us both here in person and online. A very warm welcome to you all. It's my utmost honor and privilege to serve as MC for this afternoon session. On the first day of the SSBU Alumni Conference, celebrating the 10th anniversary of SSBU. My name is Geriwara, and I'm a final year student in Palian Buddhist study at SSBU. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to guide the day's proceedings. We truly appreciate your priceless time you have dedicated to being with us here, and we hope this session means a lot to you. It's now my great pleasure to introduce the panel for this afternoon session. For this session 2, we are pleased to have 4 esteemed presenters. The first presenter is Venerable Đ钵NG, and then the second will be Bhikash Padachariya, and then the third one will be Venerable Kusala Dhamma, and the final one will be Robert. So we are absolutely delighted to have all of you with us this afternoon and look forward to your insightful presentation. The moderator who will lead this session is Venerable Dr. VAJRAYANA. Before we hand over the proceeding to Venerable VAJRAYANA, allow me to briefly share his distinguished biography. Venerable Dr. VAJRAYANA is a Theravada Buddhist monk born in 1984 in a rural village of Rakhine State, Western Myanmar. Venerable has been a monk for 12 years. His higher ordination was received at the age of 20. From the age of 19, he taught basic Buddhist texts to young novices. And from 2010 to 2012, he lectured on higher Buddhist texts of the Dhammasaya degree to the monks. In 2014, he received his MA degree in Buddhist study from the Postgraduate Institute of Pali and Buddhist Study, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. He was appointed as an editor in Linkadamajani, which is organized and published by a group of student monks from Myanmar to Sri Lanka. He was also appointed as a visiting lecturer at postgraduate institutes of Pali and Buddhist Study, University of Kelaniya, during the academic year of 2019. He completed his PhD degree from University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka in 2020. The title of his research is A Critical Study of the Concept of Motivation in Buddhist Jataka Story. By 2021, he also extended his knowledge in the field of Buddhist psychology by joining another MA course on Master of Arts in Buddhist Ayurvedic counseling. Currently, he is working as a registrar and lecturer in Buddhist counseling psychology at the Mahawihara Dhamma University in Yangon, Myanmar. He is also a member of the leading implementation committee at Rakhabura Buddhist University, located in Sittwe, Rakhine State, Myanmar. May I now respectfully invite our moderator, Venerable Dr. VAJRAYANA, to take the chair and lead this session. Please, Venerable Sir, the floor is yours.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, MC, for your introductions. So, to moderate the session, this afternoon, section 2, we have we are officially 3 presenters, but 1 will be added, right? Okay. We don't know yet his title, but there will be. Oh, then I'm an honor and privileged to moderate this session. So I would like to thank SSBU led by Rector Seattle for making this happen and hosting this and providing space for us to make it this gathering all scholars and give us a chance to listen to all and it become, as Venerable mentions in the opening speech, diversity, appreciation. We have a chance to listen for diverse culture, traditions. So thank you so much. Now the first presenter will be the Venerable Dr. Đ钵NG. His topic title is Re-Encountering the Buddha. Buddha Nusati and continued your practice in early Mahayana Buddhism. So before proceed his presentations, I would like to present his short bio. Venerable Tung Nandu, Venerable, is a Buddhist monk from Vietnam. He recently completed his PhD in Buddhist study at Faculty of Asia and Middle Eastern Studies, University of Oxford. Before beginning his doctoral study at Oxford, he received a BA from MCU, Thailand, Mahashula and MA from HKU is Hong Kong University, and MA from SOAS, I think is a oriented study, right? In African in Oxford University, Oxford, London, yes, and an MPhil from University of Oxford, all in the Buddhist studies. His doctorate thesis praised the fragments of early Paramita exegesis, primarily through an examination of 450 anonymous quotations preserved in the Dachin Dulo. Sorry, is that? Sorry, please correct me. Mahaprinya Paramito Padesa. His research interests include Buddhist commentarial techniques, early Mahayana Buddhist thought and practice, and contemporary Buddhists in Vietnam. So, thank you, Bernard, for your. Is it time for you? Stage is yours. Thank you. You can proceed.
Okay, so thank you for your kind introduction and my homage to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. And good afternoon, all my friends in the Dhamma. I know you all have had a long day. So do I. So it's my great pleasure to be here to share with you part of my research. So today we have heard many great presentations on about Theravada meditation, mostly in contemporary context. So now I would like to bring you a bit further back in time and space to 2,000 years ago in early Mahayana Buddhism and within the northwestern Indian context. And another kind of important, very ancient Buddhist meditative practice, but less emphasized nowadays, we call the Buddhanusati in Pali, or recollection of the Buddha. So during the Buddha's lifetime, being in his presence or encountering in person is very rare and deeply meaningful for all followers. So the early Buddhist texts include stories of disciples with strong desire to see him in person, and especially his physical body, right, with their own eyes. The death of the Buddha left a void in his followers' heart and increased their desire to see him. So as time passed and memories faded, he became a kind of like devotional object with emphasis on supernatural qualities and physical features rather than a teacher whose qualities were to be emulated or followed, right? And the practice is just Buddhanusati, a recollection of the Buddha, along with the stupa worship, relic worship, and pilgrimage may have developed in part to fill this kind of absence. In this sense, Buddhanusmriti functioned not as only kind of meditative practice, but also a means for Buddhists to express their love and longing and devotion towards the Buddha. And according to Professor Paul Harrison, in early Mahayana Buddhism, the practice of Buddhanusmriti represents one of the most extraordinary innovations in kind of like Mahayana meditative practice. On the one of the So you may be familiar with the concept or the word Buddhanusati in Pali, and Buddha-smriti is a Sanskrit word. So it's a compound of Buddha and Anusati, Anusmriti. So Anusati is remembering, recollection, right? Call to mind. So maybe calling to mind the Buddha, remembering the Buddha. And the practice involved not just the recollection, but later on, it involved the visualization. And for many Buddhists, there's a vocal recitation of the Buddha. And so now I would like to introduce the main text here. The main focus of my research is the Mahaprajna Paramita. So it's a commentary on the larger Prajna Paramita, or the perfection of wisdom, very important Mahayana text. So I'm not sure you're familiar with this, but this text is attributed to Nagarjuna, also a very important figure in Mahayana Buddhism. And actually, authorship is a hot topic for scholarly debate. This text will only survive in a Chinese translation by Kumarajiva, was translated in the 5th century CE. But anyway, it was regarded as a kind of encyclopedia of early Indian Mahayana Buddhism. So it's a very important role, just like the Visuddhimagga for Theravada Buddhism, right? And it was also, still now, is one of the most influential and authoritative texts in East Asian Buddhism. So I would like to go quickly to the Buddhanusmriti in mainstream Buddhism. So in early Buddhism, we also nowadays we still chant the formula, right? Iti piso bhagava arahan samma sambuddho. So this is the very early kind of forms of Buddhanusmriti, or the recollection of the Buddha. So it occurs together with other recollections, like the recollection of the Dhamma, the Sangha, etc. Then the list sometimes 6, 7, or 8, 10. And as you can see in the formula, it involves the calling to mind the epithet or the virtues of the Buddha. Right? And the importance of Buddhanusmriti in mainstream Buddhism is further is demonstrated by its treatment in the 2 major commentaries. So the Visuddhimagga, you may be familiar, the path of purification, and so in the Visuddhimagga, it provides an very extensive explanation of the 10 epithets of the Buddha and lists various benefits of Buddhanusati. For example, one who practices Buddhanusati conquers fear and dread and is able to endure pain and comes to feel as if one were living in the presence of the Buddha. And and one of the, in this text, is emphasized that one of very important function of Buddhanusati is dispelling fear. So it's very important benefit. And actually last night, I discovered another benefit, dispelling jet lag. So I just flew from the UK the day before yesterday, and arrived in Bangkok last night, and from Bangkok to Yangon last night. So last night I had a bit of jet lag and I could not really sleep, and I woke up at 2 working on this PowerPoint, and I could not sleep again. And I thought, well, I'm doing Buddhanusati presentation, why don't I practice it, right? So I started to practice Namo Buddhaya 1, Namo Buddhaya 2, and I counted. I aim for 100, but I thought I make it until 94 or 95, and then I was gone. So that's the benefit of Buddhanusati. So if you don't believe, and then you can try. Yeah. So another text is called Vimuttimagga. So in this text is introduce a bit of further elements related to the Buddha, such as the stories of his former lives, a major event in his last life as Gautama Buddha. And add more qualities. And Professor Paul Harrison suggests that this text alludes to the use of the Buddha image. So it's the first time it's mentioned the Buddha image was used in relation to this practice. And another important text is the Agottara Agama, only survived mostly in Chinese. So in this text is provide further develop a form of Buddhanusati, suggesting the practitioner to visualize the Buddha in terms of his physical bodies, right? So now it's not just his virtues, we start to visualize him as a physical form, and also alludes to the use of image to assist this practice. Yeah. And another text, add further details. So in mainstream sources or in non-Mahayana sources, it already shows that this practice has gradually evolved from a very primarily a verbal recollection of the Buddha's epithet, and then to a richer contemplative practice, and that increasingly incorporates narrative and even visual element. So just development laid the foundation for further development in Mahayana tradition. Okay, so now we move to our main text. So what is the time? How many? Okay. So in this text, the Buddhanusmriti is listed in a list of 8, right? So including the recollection of Buddha, Dhamma, community, the discipline, abandonment, and of the deities, and anapanasati, inhalation and exhalation, and recollection of death, right? So this including 8. And again, this text also mentioned that dispelling fear, where fear is very important function of this practice. So in the text, it says that if the disciple of the Buddha who dwell in lonely or dangerous places may become frightened either by the impure objects on which they contemplate, is the Ashubha Bhavana, or by the tricks of Mara. So in such circumstances, they are advised to practice the 8 recollection. So again, if you encounter any situation that you are frightened, you can try. Right? And then the text also further explain why we should recollect the Buddha's physical qualities. One of the main reasons is because when we have the image of the Buddha in our mind, and then we don't have the image of other sensual desire. So that's a very simple kind of replacement. So if you have the Buddha with you, you don't have the other defilements. But then at the end of this section, it reminds the practitioner that to recollect the Buddha's virtue, not merely his physical kind of form. So again, it's a reminder not to kind of go into the other extreme, that we forget the original kind of intention of the practice is to focus on his virtues or qualities rather than like his physical features, right? So in a sense, this preserving the kind of the spirit of early Buddhism. And another passage, I don't want to read this, but there's two important points here. In Mahayana development is to emphasize the true way of visualizing the Buddha's body or the body of the Buddha. So visualizing the Buddha's body in accordance with reality, right? So we and that reality is ultimately the emptiness, right? And another kind of reminder. So seeing the Dhammakaya means to see the Buddha. So to see the Buddhas is to see the Dhammakaya. So Dhammakaya means the body of qualities, right? So I think we have 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, thank you. And yeah, so this again, it reflects the very early attitude towards seeing the Buddha. So this is the Vakali Sutta in the Samyutta Nikaya. So he, when he was very ill and he wanted to see the Buddha, and the Buddha went to see him, and he asked, "Are you well? And do you have anything to regret?" He said, "Yes." And then the Buddha asked, "Why?" And then he said, because he wanted to see the Buddha in person, but he couldn't make it because he was so ill. And then the Buddha kind of like remind him, "Enough, luckily, why do you want to see this full body? The one who sees the Dhamma sees me, and one who sees me sees the Dhamma." Right? And yeah, I will go quickly. And one more passage is to, there's a question, what's the difference between the Mahayana and the early Buddhist practice with regard to the Buddha Nusmriti? So actually there is not much difference in terms of the content, but it's more about the kind of intention, the purpose, right? So yeah, I'll come to my conclusion. So here what I take away from my presentation is because this text does not provide the kind of like practical advice, but it talk about more on the intention, why this practice is important for early Mahayana Buddhism, and it's a kind of like a continuity from early practice, and it became a very important practice for the Mahayana later on, especially the Pure Land Buddhism, and also maybe in the Tibetan tradition, the visualizations of the Buddha, also related to this, right? Yeah, and so that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Venerable, for your presentation. And it's really nice. Your presentation, a way of presentations, we're very pleased to listen to you. And you have come out with the very common Buddhanosati. Even your study is mainly based on Mahayana, but it's a very common practice to tell the Buddhist tradition too. And it's very venerated practice too. And you have mentions even Wakali and some Theravada texts, Visuddhimagga, Vimoddhimagga. So we have a chance to contemplate and be very common. So we P's come together. So thank you so much. Now I would like to open to the audience and invite for the questions for clarification, comment, and even objection, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the floor is your turn.
Hello, Bante Counseling.
Venerable, let me enter one thing. The question and answer also, please take it short to the point, right?
Okay. Okay.
I have a right to say that, right?
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I learned a lot. Okay. In terms of Mahayana Buddhism, the Bodhisattva or Chavaka or something like that, they visualize the Buddha image. If so, instead of practicing cultivating Buddhanosati, can we practice the other things? What I mean is here, the flower. Can we practice that this is a flower, something like that, cultivating the flower, this is a beautiful flower or something? Can we do that? Is it the same or what is the difference between those practice?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think if I also answer in a very Buddhist way, it's neither the same nor different.
Yes.
Right. Actually, there is a kind of gradual development from the very early Buddhist practice of Buddhanussati, just recitation of the Pali formula, Iti Piso Bhagava Arahant, right? And then contemplates the qualities. And then, as I show you, further on, the visual elements were added, right? So why, right? If you, in the Visuddhimagga, we also have the Kasina practice, the contemplating on the colors.
Yes.
Yeah, the contemplating of the figures. So for my research, I argue that the combination of these two, the early Buddhanussati and the practice of Kasina, laid the foundation for the later practice of visualization of the Buddha. So in a sense, the effect may be similar. In some sense, it can lead you to concentration, maybe jhana, maybe.
Yes.
But there is another difference. Only the Buddhanussati has is that you feel the devotion to the Buddha, the closeness to the Buddha, that if you contemplate the flower, you cannot have, right? And the driving away fear, right? When you have the Buddha with you, you feel confident. But if, so that's a kind of, the application are different, yeah.
Can I move? Okay. I want to clarify myself that, the Buddha knows the image of the Buddha is just a kind of meditation object. When you practice that, we can remove our fear and something like that because of the meditation practice, because this concentration, as you said. My understanding on Buddha knows is that, when we practice the qualities of Buddhas, we cultivate the qualities of the Buddha. Then we want to do like him. We want to imitate. We want to follow what he does, what he does, or something like that. That is the more effective way. And this, or what do you think about this? No one tell about this, you know. Actually, we practice. We know the qualities of the Buddha. How sacrificed as a, you know, bodhisattvahood. He sacrificed a lot, many lives. By remembering his accounts, we can follow, we can practice like him. The kind of, you know, literature or some literature, have you ever seen that kind of things? I had never seen like this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think you're right. And also actually my presentation also shows that there is one passage says, even though they are advised to contemplate on the physical marks of the Buddha, but one also contemplating his virtues or qualities are more important. And also the point is to practice and to become a Buddha, right? And not just to be attached with the image. And actually like, and another part of the text is very important to recognize the emptiness nature of all the nimitta. Even the image of the Buddha is just an nimitta, right? And if you're attached to that, you will be misled. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. If there's one more questions, can yeah, short. Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. It's very interesting to learn about the different aspects, especially in the Prajnaparamita Sutra. And I was just interested because in the Tibetan tradition, we also have this Prajnaparamita Sutra, and there are 3 versions. So the extensive version with the 100,000 verses, the middling version with the 20,000 verses, and the smaller version with the 8,000 verses, and the very small version, which is the Heart Sutra, right? So is there a similar type of category in your tradition? Which version is the Prajnaparamita that's being spoken about here? I was just curious what the translated version is available in your tradition.
Yeah, thank you. I think with regard to this, the textual family, the Mahayana and the Tibetan, we have the same kind of categories. Nowadays, we call the smaller Prajnaparamita, which is the 8,000, and the larger Prajnaparamita is from 18,000 up to 100,000 lines. Yeah, and this text is on the larger Prajnaparamita, but at that time it was referring to a text around 18,000 to 22, very early stage of the development of this literature. Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much for...
Thank you. Thank you so much, Panapa. Yes. So next, we move to next presenter. Yeah, next presenter will be online. Bhiksha Bhattacharya. Bhiksha Bhattacharya, I'm free student, University of Oxford, BGDP Diploma SSBU 2022. The topic is the Ashin Narendra Bidaja, 1847 to 1906, and conversion of Theravada Buddhism in the late 19th century arisen. So let me read his short bio. This is very short. Bhiksha Bhattacharya is an MPhil student in Buddhist at University of Oxford, UK. He is a 2022-2023 alumnus of Shan State Buddhist University, Đ钵NG, Myanmar, where he earned a postgraduate diploma in Pali and Buddhist studies. His research interests include Buddhism, the history of religion, and Saudi Asia studies, with a particular focus on Myanmar and Northeast India. So Mr. Bhiksha. So I would like to invite you to present your paper. It's now, floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Venerable. Thank you.
I don't
for
need
the,
to remind you for the time already, no? 15 time is
Yeah.
15? Yes. So you
I will
reminded.
not take that much.
Okay,
yeah.
proceed.
It's a short presentation. I'm trying to share my screen, but it looks like it's not working.
Mhm.
I did send my paper, like my presentation to like the email. Could you share it from your front? I mean, is it possible?
Our technical teams. Mhm.
I'm not sure what it is, but it seems like I can't share it from my side.
Do we have his paper here? Then how about we allow him to share from there? Is that possible? Venerable Ultra? If we,
If not, I'll just have to speak without a presentation. I'm not sure. It's not working for
just,
me.
please wait for a minute. I think they're working on it.
Thank you.
How about? Then there's a change, right? Without taking much time and considering this, another venerable will take this. Then after that, you can do your presentation.
Yeah, that's all right.
Is it okay? Is that okay? Oh, thank you.
That's all right. Of course.
Thank you for understanding. Then,
Yeah, sure.
Venerable, yeah, thank you so much for so our next presenter, Venerable Kushala Dhamma, MP student candidate, SSVU, MA SSVU 2025. His title is Practical Approach of Mahasi Upasana Meditation at Early Stage of Cognitive Process, Citta Vritti. So Venerable is a Buddhist monk and students of Pali and Buddhist study. He meditated at Shamyayita Buddhist Meditation Center in Yangon, Myanmar, for 1 year. And later at Panidarama Shwetango Meditation Center in Baham, Myanmar. He then spent 8 years practicing meditation as Thamanijo Mahagandayong Monastery in Mobi, Myanmar, before pursuing an MA in Pali and Buddhist study at Shan State SSVU 2025. He is currently studying for MP in Pali and Buddhist study, focusing on Abhidhamma and Theravada meditation. So Venerable Kushala Dhamma, now you can proceed your presentation. So yeah, you will be reminded of the time after 15 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you very much, moderators, Venerable Sir, Nan, and Dhamma friend. I'm very lucky to be the substitution on the last minute. Before my presentation, I would like to say it's very boring, as my friend already mentioned, and I don't know how to make it interesting. And the easiest way is to make it short. And if you don't understand, it's not my fault, and it's not your fault either. So I start now. My presentation is about the mapping to compare between the early state cognitive interruption between Mahasi Sayadaw method with the Abhidhamma. So we see here Mahasi Sayadaw is the practical extension of the theory Abhidhamma. And in Abhidhamma, I use a theory from the Abhidhamma, Mata Sangaha, and Visuddhimagga. That is a very canonical test. And in the Chitta Vitti, Mahasi Sayadaw tried to interact at the incentive state, that is the early state. What does that mean? I will tell later. Here, we see the first, we know that the speed of mind is very fast. But Mahasi Sayadaw can do something to compare with the theory. In this way, you can see that before no semantic study to compare these two between the practice and the theory. In my paper, I'm trying to do it so, and I'm saying for sure it's very boring. And I'm trying to fill that gap by using the bare attention from Mahasi method to interact with the intensive state of the cognitive process. Here, if you can see from the Pali Canon first, we use this one already mentioned. I try to validate that Mahasi system is aligned with the traditional test. And here, I try to integrate the direct experimental insight, that means the practice knowledge with the Abhidhamma theory. Here is the explanation of how Mahasi extends the theory. We can see here the interception at the beginning is the bare attention try to intercept at the early state. That is called the extension of the practice of the Mahasi method. Why we call it extension? Because it applies in the new context here. The theory, they did not anything about the meditation. But here, Mahasi Sayadaw apply it. That is why we call it extension. It also has the reinterpretation because Mahasi Sayadaw used another concept, Kanika Samadhi. Actually, the Buddha said that it's a jhana, 4-level jhana. But Mahasi used another thing. So this is, we call, I don't call, they call, is the reinterpretation. Because Mahasi changed the meaning of the application. What is the early state of the Chitta Vitti? You can see from here, it's very easy. Like in Sandor process, that is Panja Dharaviti, the 5 beautiful bowl, yellow, that is the early state. In the Maidor process, only one is the Maidor averting, the only one in the lower line. That is the early state. I would like to say, in every chitta, there are 3 phases. You already know, so I don't need to mention anymore. It's arise, it's present, and it disappears. Here, to intercept that interrupt at the early state, what does that mean? You see the 5 very beautiful bowl here is the 5 chitta. They call that is early state. And Mahasi Sayadaw try to interrupt in that area. Yeah, it's okay. I can go in the very fast. For example, the first one is the averting. Yeah, when we note seeing, that means we try to focus our mind on that chitta, that is averting mind. The second thing is the sense consciousness. It's also our receiving or investigating. Also, it's an early state. And the final one is the Vottabhana, is determining. At the last chance, when we note seeing, hearing, if we can catch the object, that means we already intercept at the early state. It's a very simple in theory, but in practice, it's a very difficult. In the Maidor process, The only one mind is early state. That is the mind of adverting, the bigger one you see here. When we're not thinking, wondering, or planning, or anger, or something like that, so I think our are usually noting beautiful, beautiful. It also comes to the mind adverting. And Mahasi didn't say when he teach us, this is the early state. But in theory, it means he interrupts the early state of the Chittaviti. One more thing I would like to say. Every mind, they happen by nature of law, the law of nature. Here Mahasi said, I did not try to change the nature of law. The Chitta Niyayama, that means the natural law. Every mind is strictly follow each other. Here Mahasi said, I did not change it. He tried using Sati, Kanika Samadhi, Chetana, Yaso, Manasikara. Here he tried to do is to regulate the Zavana. What is the Zavana? I will talk later. But how he regulated? Two things. The first one, he tried to transform the Zavana ethically. That means from akusala to kusala. The second one is to prevent it to happen. That means no more Zavana at all. That is two things he tried to regulate. Here, I can show. Sati, that means mindfulness. Chetana, Yoniso, Manasikara, Kanika, Samadhi. At the early state, at the 5-0, I already see. So they regulate the Zavana. Here you can see 7. It's a Zavana. I repeat, it regulates. The first one is transform from akusala to kusala. The second one is to prevent the Zavana to arise. In the upper here, you can see that is the theory. Mahasi is called like an extension because he shortened the process. Before, it includes 7 Zavana, but now Zavana is not arrived. So that means it's shortened. And in that case, they call it the extension. But another thing, Kanika Samadhi is also included in this process. So that is a reinterpretation. Yeah, that is two things. Now, the first one is transform. How to transform from the kusala from akusala to kusala. Here, something they explain. Here you can also see with Chetana, with also Manasikara, the positive karmic result arise. That means kusala. Another thing very important is the papinja. Papinja is the tanha mana ditti. When we regulate to transform it from akusala to kusala, that means the papinja is the disrupted before it can arrive. That is for the sender, but this is Maida. The Maida is a little different. The Maida is they come so many process. I show you here. 4 process, for example. Why is 4? At the 4 process of Chittaviti, it will be the karma will be arrived. So when we intercept at the early state, it's supposed to be stopped at the 3rd process here. The 3rd process is just only the name process, so the karma still not arrive. That is the way Mahasi tried to do. But he did not say in his teaching, this is what the theory explained. The second regulate here is the bypass the Zavana. That means no more Zavana in the Chittaviti. You can see from here, the first one, and then they come into the Bhavana immediately. No Zavana anymore. They call it is a shorten. That means the extension. Finally, what is the reason? The reason is they destroy the compagnet, is a Gana in Pali. What? And to reveal the anicca and anatta. This is why when we see everything, it disappears all the time. We will find out that it destroys the atta, and we will revise anatta. That is the Mahasi reason. He did not teach in this way, but that is the reason. Finally, this is the conclusion. How many minutes, moderator? Is still okay? Okay. There is only two conclusions. The first one is extension, as I explained so many times. It's shortcut and it bypasses Javana, that is extension. Mahasi Sayadaw tried to shorten the process to achieve cognitive interruption. That means no more Javana, and they call that is extension. The second thing is reinterpretation. Here, using the Kanika Samadhi, nobody accept from the PHÁP. I know there are some PHÁP, yeah, my teacher also. And Kanika Samadhi is the most debated issue. But Mahasi Sayadaw use that. And I think so many people successful with this Samadhi. And we call that, this is the reinterpretation. That is two conclusions from my paper. The other thing is also okay, not so important. So thank you very much. I'm trying to shortcut my paper. And I'm very sure if you don't understand, please forgive me.
Thank you so much. The effective and very short presentation. We can save the time, and it's very clear and protective and transformative. You use it very colorful and beautiful, something that we are not familiar with. Anyway, thank you so much for your presentation, Bande. Again, this Mahasi meditation techniques and the momentary Kanika Samadhi, Jhana, this is Samatha Yanika, Upasana Yanika. This topic has been debating. So we'll be debating this topic for centuries now. Though, anyway, it's very you approached it a different way. Now the question Q&A. So they will be.
Thank you so much, Venerable Guru Kusala. I'm just thinking about the bypassing of the to that Kotapana stage and cut off the Javana stage. I'm just thinking about how can that happen, because according to Chittanyama, unless there is the Panita, Alamana, then the Javana might not be triggered. And if it is the Machata, Vajanta, the strong one, for sure it will go on to the end of the Javana, even to the Dharmana, the registration. And if you look at the prince, the Vatapana, Satirama, and Sampatijana, all this field, they are Vipaka-citta. And some of them are really like Ahetuka. They don't have wisdom root. How can you apply sati there and cut it off? And most of the sati and vipassana jnana happens in manodwala, Javana. Yeah. So how are we going to make this happen? I'm just thinking about the logic as understanding the Abhidhamma. Thank you so much.
It's a very easy to understand why you ask like that. This is not the product of Mahasi Sayadaw, and it's not mine also. It comes from the Visuddhimagga and also Amatha Sangha. As I explained before, you can see up there, it comes from the Abhidhamma. Yes. Yeah. And this is the shortcut way. There is no Javana. You can see just only the Bhagavana.
But depending on the Alamana, the Alamana is strong. You cannot avoid, the Javana will go through the 7 Javanas.
Sure.
Even if this is a Palamata, it's going to be Hetata Ramana,
Yeah. Sure.
Two moments.
Yeah. The point is here like this. When you note on the object, it's not the strong object anymore. It's become slight object. Yeah. Parita Ramana. Normally, it's very strong object. Beautiful, like Sayadaw, Tikha, Sangara, always repeat. But if you note it all the time, it's not become a strong object anymore. It's become slight object. And in that case, when it changes from the strong to the slight object, no more Zanavana.
In fact, if you're paying mindfulness to the objects momentarily, you're applying a much more stronger attention to it. And that, if that is a nama rupa, is a Paramata Dhamma. That will sure you go down to the Dharmana, even furthering the seventh Jhavana moments.
Be careful. This is not the theory. This is the practical result.
No, I'm just saying this chitta. This is in the Chitta Niyama.
Yeah.
This is a law of the mind according to the our Theravada Abhidhamma.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking about the three mind modes. They are vipaka chitta. They are hetuka chitta. They don't have wisdom root. Okay. Votapana, Votapana in fact is a ahetuka, is a functional, is a kriya. It's a kriya, chitta. So it's very basic, You look at the Cettasika, you only had how many of them? I cannot remember, maybe just 9. For sure, it doesn't have a wisdom root. How can you apply sati at the gate there before the Jhavana been triggered?
Once again, I have to repeat. Sorry, everybody. I repeat again. Here, the Chitta Niyama, that means the natural law. The Mahasi did not change this law. He did not interrupt the law also, because as you say, it happened
You
strictly.
cannot avoid it. Yeah.
But if you see it here, Mahasi Sayadaw tried to regulate the sequence of Jhavana by noting, only he regulate.
The noting itself already a Jhavana movement. You see? It's a Jhavana. It's a intention must be there. Wisdom root must be there. Samajjhana. You see? So it cannot happen without not in the Jhavana. Not possible. It can happen ahetuka chittas.
It did not depend on what we think. This is depend on the theory and also the practical result from the Mahasi. And I'm trying to tell from the beginning to now that Mahasi showed what is happening when we note on the early state. I'm so sorry because I cannot talk about the theory. It's correct.
We can talk about it later. Okay, sorry for that.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. It's a very good discussion for true scholars. Thank you. I think we can give one more short question. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Venerable Kusala, for your presentation. It is very, very deep, so it's not easy to understand your presentation. Then you present very quick, so most people cannot catch up easily. Now you are arguing that because this is a Abhidhamma, this is very deep. Sometimes it's not easy to clarify this. You argue that the Manodara Vachana, the Kriya, in that sense, Kriya is for the Buddha or for Arhat or something like that. However, this is incorporated in the Ahetuka. That is the problem of level, the problem of naming. Is that we cannot definitely take it, the kind of thing. Sotabana is not Kriya Cheta. Only for Arhat. Yes. The problem is the title, we say the Kriya Cheta, 3 kinds of Kriya Chetas. In there, Manodara Vachana also included in there. That Hasitobhata also included in there. Because this is the Buddha's mind. In the, however, in this title, Ahetuka Cheta is not good title. In this Vipaka Chetas. Yes, this is a kind of Bhuanga Cheta. This is not the function as a Jhavana. Yes. It's not easy. Okay. Okay. It will take time. That is why I don't want to.
Yes. It will take
in
time.
this case, however, I want to add one thing that in your presentation, most people are not aware of that. There is Manodara Vachana, or Tapana. They are the same, they are synonym. In the witty process, mind process, the state is the most important thing. We assume that Jhavana is the most important thing. Actually, mind thought process, Manodara Vachana or Tapana, this is the most important stage, to transform our kusala to akusala, as you said, in this stage. Okay, you should study further this stage, Manodara Vachana, there are three kinds of, Manodara Vachana. We can say that Javanapri Baraka, Javanapri Baraka, Yoni Somana, three kinds of Yoni Somanikas are in that stage. Okay. If you study there, that will be more meaningful for your research. That is my contribution.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remark. I have to confess that I only know one Yoniso Manasikara. Today I know three. Okay, I will add it in my research paper. Thank you very much.
So thank you. I think we don't have a more question for this session. Thank you so much, Venerable Kushala Tamate. So we move to next. I think the online person is ready. His paper is ready to proceed. Vikhyap Bhattacharya.
Yes, Venerable.
Yes, now I have already presented your bio, short bio, right? Then,
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
now you can proceed your presentation if you are ready. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your introduction, and I'm very pleased and glad to see you all there. I'm very grateful to SSBU. I remember my time there. So I'll get to my presentation. So this is basically a historical thing. It's not quite related to what the panel is, but there is some relation. I'll try to draw that out. So this person called Asin Narinda Vidhaza, he is remembered in Assam as the first Theravada monk who introduced the tradition there in 1880s, precisely 1882. He arrived in Assam and started giving higher ordination to some Thai Khamti and Singpho persons there. And the picture you see here is the Thatu Jedi, the Thatu Chetya of this person, this monk who is remembered as the pioneer. And in the background, you can see some mountains, and that's kind of the border that divides this part of India from Burma, Kachin state of Burma. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, here is a picture of him. He was born in 1847 in Mogaon. And locally, people believe that he received titles from King Mindon and also King Thibaw. So before his arrival, there was Theravada monasticism was already there in Assam. But if we look at the available accounts, like colonial accounts, we find a different variety of monasticism. It was more like Gamavasi kind of monasticism. The monks were much more involved in the society. They would be doing craft work like ivory and stuff. And we do not find any mention of meditation at that time, like prior to 1880s. But he was the first person who introduced meditation. And it is believed that he started a forest meditation monastery in a place called Margarita. But we do not have the remains of the monastery. We do not know where exactly it was, but people believe that that was the first of that kind of monastery. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, this is the geography just to give you an idea, because here we can see the rectangle, that although presently these are different countries, different nation states, but this was a contiguous area, and people used to cross from one side to another, connected region. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, this is a map of that area. Yeah, this we can see three like if you zoom in, you can see three different routes through which people used to cross, and the this person, he was also known as Payenduin Sayadaw because he was born in a village called Payenduin. And yeah, he used this route to travel to Assam. Can I go to the next, please? Yes, so local historiography considers him the pioneer, and this is a book that was published in Assam. It's a short biography of this person. It talks, so it has some interesting information, and it is the only source that we have about this person. Unfortunately, we do not have much written account, but I found a Burmese source where there is a mention of this pioneer monk. Can we go to the next slide, please? Oh yeah, here, this is a book by Ute Lang. He mentions about Asin Narinda, and he has a chapter on Asin Narinda. And it is in this book that I found about the setting up of this forest meditation monastery. And yeah, so this is also the first written account of introduction of some sort of meditation in that part of the world and among the Buddhists in that area. And interestingly, when Asin Narinda arrived there, he reordained the existing Khamti monks in Shwejin Nikaya. Asin Narinda was a Shwejin monk. He was also connected with Asin Zagaravivamsa, the founder of the Shwejin Nikaya. But I could not trace much. I'm still working on it. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah, he is a disciple of Asin Narinda. He's like second generation disciple of Asin Narinda. He is a monk from Assam, but he was born in 1913, and then he received his higher ordination in Tammu, in Myoma Buddha Vihara. And then he is remembered as the monk who kind of introduced the study and practice of Satipatthana in Assam and Arunachal. So he was locally known as Pathan Sayadaw. He also set up a monastic school to teach Satipatthana, but I don't think it really took off because it's now the structure is still there, but I do not think there is a lot of activity going on there. But in the local historiography of this tradition, he is remembered as the Satipatthana or Patthana Sayadaw. Can I go to the next, please? And then in 1949, the government of Burma, UNO was very interested in spreading Buddhism beyond the borders of Burma, and he sponsored. He was also one of the supporters, but the patron was U Twin. I think U Twin, yeah. The person who helped set up the Mahasi Center in Yangon, he financed a group and sponsored a group of monks to go to Assam and set up permanent, stay there as permanent missionaries and kind of revive the tradition that was once introduced by Asin Narinda. So these are some pictures. Here is the one at top on the right hand. He is Uindasara, and the one on the left, it's I think Utissa. Yeah, he was also quite influential there. And the person at the bottom, he is U Gunawanta. He was from Taungu. And all of them, they spent all their life in Assam after they moved there as missionaries. So U Gunawanta, he was the longest living missionary. He died in 2018. And he set up a meditation center in a place called Lidu. It's near the border with Kachin State. Yeah. And he is also known for trying to introduce meditation practice in that region. Yeah. Can we go to the next slide? So basically, I was working on history of Burmese monks in Northeast India and circulation of different practices, specifically introduction of certain texts and modern form of Theravada. Because prior to that, even the monasteries in that region, they were very, the architecture of the monasteries were kind of quite localized, influenced by the Vaishnavite temples. But after the arrival of Asin Narinda and later these monks, things kind of changed, and now it's a Burmese Buddhist tradition. But my work is not related to meditation, to be honest. But I was tempted to present because I am an alumnus of this university, and I did not want to miss out. So this is just a brief outline, but it's still a work in progress. My MPhil thesis at Oxford, it looked at the history of this tradition, the introduction of Buddhism from Burma in that area, but not specifically in meditation, because meditation did not really take off, and it's still very. I mean, in my fieldwork, I could not see people do it as much. So I don't think I have a lot to say about it. But I just found this one monk, like Ute Javanta, who is known for teaching Satipatthana. But I believe there might be some writings in Burmese, but I'm yet to praise those things. Yeah. I think that is pretty much it that I wanted to say. But it's I hope somebody will look into these circulations, specifically the meditation thing. Yeah, thank you. That was it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Bhattacharya, for your presentation. That you brought us something important. Venerable Narendra Biddeja, and his contribution, the 19th century country ASEAN, and his background. So thank you. So we would like to open and invite for the questions and comment. If you have any comment, questions, please raise your, identify yourself, introduce yourself. And ask. Oh, yes.
Thank you for your paper and for making your time to join us. And this is going to be a good start and an exciting one for all the alumni. You focus almost entirely on history. Can you say something about the current situation, the present one, how things are? I just would like to know a bit about that. I have been to Assam, but I wasn't paying much attention to its history at that time. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for your comments. I'm immensely grateful to you and all the SSBU community. This work, it is based on what I learned in SSBU and then went back and yeah. So currently, I think the total number of Buddhists in that area, according to 2011 census, is 54,900 people. So it's a very small community. But the presence of these communities dates back at least 200 years. So we have records from like late 18th century, and we actually found archaeological remain of stupa in the border area that dates back to 1790s, I guess. So currently, yeah, I think the tradition is kind of taking off and people are interested, but I feel like it's more, I mean, that was my impression from the field. It's not as scholastic or meditation oriented as it tends to be in Burma. Probably because there is no meditation teacher there, and that the monks that are trained locally, they are how should I say, more part of parita rituals and things like that. And schools, of course, act as like monasteries act as like local learning centers. Village boys and girls, they come to learn the Thai script and other things. But we used to have Pali schools, but I think 2-3 years ago, Indian government kind of de-recognized, or something happened, which not just Pali school, Pali, Sanskrit, or Arabic Islamic schools all were kind of defunded, something like that. So now some of the Pali schools are closing down. So I think in terms of training, there's not much Pali training either. So it's more like a living tradition where monks are quite embedded in the society, doing parita and house blessing kind of thing, but not a lot of meditative activities that I took note of. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Any more questions? Yes, one more questions. Please take the, yeah.
So my question is not directly related to this presentation, but a comment you had made earlier during another presentation. I just was a bit curious. You had mentioned something about the Buddhism, in fact, had not really disappeared from India, right? We had a discussion about this earlier. So I was just curious to learn more about this. Was it about the fact that Buddha was considered as the 9th avatar of Vishnu, or are there other records as well of Buddhism being preserved in India through other methods or systems as well?
I think so my comment was more historical in the sense, so I mentioned about this work by Douglas Ober. So when we talk about India, we need to look at the geography as well. When we say Buddhism disappeared, probably we are talking about the central mainland space, but the borderlands I'm speaking about now, this is part of India, but it used to be very much connected to Southeast Asia, which is why we have Buddhist traditions dating back to, let's say, 18th century at least, probably prior to that. But evidence suggests that people used to have Buddhist practices at least from the 1790s. So when we are saying Buddhism totally disappeared, it's not like it disappeared equally everywhere in India. It was different for places like Ladakh, for places like Assam, Arunachal. So Douglas Ober's work is mostly historical. He was tracing, and one more thing he is arguing is that yes, as a tradition it disappeared, but references to the Buddha and his presence in the consciousness, in the Indian consciousness, it was pretty much there. Although, of course, in the Brahminical discourses, Buddha was subsumed as a 9th avatar. That was much more institutional approach to how to deal with Buddhism for the Brahminical institution. So you might want to check Douglas Ober's work. It's quite a good one, and he basically traces this discourse of total disappearance of Buddhism in India, which is kind of created through various discourses in 19th century. So he's not saying Buddhism was there always, but he's saying that if we say it completely disappears, it is also a myth.
And that's a good point, actually, because you mentioned also about Ladakh and these regions as well. So And thank you very much for pointing that out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I think for your patience, this is the time to the given time is already over, but to apologize to one more presenter there. Last one. Yeah, we move to the next presenter. His name is Robert. Yeah, Yoruba. Yes. For many years, yeah, I would like to read his short biography, and I invite you to the stage. For many years, Rove lived a dualistic life as householder and practitioner. Retirement provided a freedom to dispose of his possessions and leave United States for the life-changing spiritual journey. SOAS study of, I think it's Oriental and African Study, Buddhist Study MA program provided a valuable introductions to reputable and objective Buddhist scholars from which Rove has continued his academic studies. However, while his book's knowledge was and continues to be very helpful, that is not experiential. He therefore continued traveling the world seeking the practical applications of the Buddhist teachings, including meditations. Rove has benefited greatly from multiple masters, traditions, and retreats around the world. A multiple-year opportunity to live among teach Buddhism monasteries in Vienna revealed his greatest lessons to date, the extent of his own ignorance. So, Venerable, you can proceed your presentations. Stage yours. Thank you. And the time will given time is 15 minutes. You will be reminded. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First, let me say I'm not a venerable. I'm not ordained. I've just lived with and taught monastics for so many years that I think your glowing virtue kind of rubbed off on me over the years. And I lost my hair about 25 years ago. So there's just a similarity in appearance. Well, thank you. Thank you to the organizers of this conference and all the venerables and other guests in this room, and especially to Sayadaw Venerable Dhammasami for hosting this important conference on a topic very dear to my heart, and that is meditation, which is an English word we all know, and we all know how vague English is. So when I meet people, the first question they often ask me is, well, how long have you been meditating? Or what meditation method or technique do you use? So I ask a counter question, what is meditation? And that leads to a good conversation typically, rather than just giving a number. So today I've been asked to just talk about my observations, living and meditating around the world for many years. This is the 70th year for this body. And fortunately, I'm still able to travel. But those observations I want to make sure you understand are not a critique of any culture. And culture is a fluid word, is it not? Just like geography, when we talk about East and Western culture, what is the East and the West? 70 years ago, my mother was in this country called America when she gave birth to me. But in another 70 years, will there be that line on a map called America? It's really irrelevant. But that's where I was brought up, in North America, as well as in the UK and Europe. So that's what I call, for this presentation, the West. The East, I'll refer to just Southeast Asia, Central Asia, India, Sri Lanka, all of those countries where Buddhism and meditation have had a much longer tradition. And I must say, it's quite humbling for a Westerner to stand up here at a Buddhist university in a country with a long and proud tradition of meditation and Buddhism to talk about meditation. So please know that these are just my observations. If you had asked me 10 years ago or 10 years in the future, if I was still alive, what my observations are, they would probably change, right? So my observations are how I perceive and have perceived things over these 70 years. They're not necessarily as things really are. So the title of my talk is Between Stress Relief and Liberation, a practitioner's reflection on Buddhist meditation in Western and Eastern cultures. And I know it's the end of the day, and I'm impressed that all of you are still here and your eyes are still open, so I will be brief. To me, Western, what I'll call secular meditation, meaning non-religious, very popular in the West, but I also say, and I observe, it's popular in the East as well. I was just in Vietnam last week, walking down the street past this sign that said, "Bring back the calm." And it was talking about meditation as stress relief. People all around the world suffer, right? It's not just the West that's stressed out. We all suffer. But in the West, in my observations, meditation, like a presentation earlier today, and mindfulness is a tool to improve the self, a tool to reduce the stress that the self feels, a tool for the self to better cope with life difficulties. And that, I think, has value. And isn't it compassionate to offer relief to people that are suffering? We all come to suffering at different times in different capacities. But the major contrast to me, my observations in Eastern meditation, is that Eastern Buddhist meditation is part of a path where we are better understanding our suffering, the cause of that suffering, which includes our own ignorance and our craving, and a path, hopefully, towards wisdom with the horizon of liberation. And so the question that comes to my mind when I think about Eastern and Western meditation is, yes, there is scientific evidence in how Western secular meditation, like meditation-based stress relief and other methods, can reduce stress in the body. But what is being lost, or what disappears, when that is the entire context of what we are teaching people meditation is? If all you know is that meditation reduces my stress for 30 minutes a day, or for a weekend retreat, or 10-day or 30-day, I feel good. And then you go back to your dualistic life, for those householders like me, then the change is not fundamental. That to me is the major contrast with East and Western meditation. In the East, if I may, we start with the horizon of liberation. It's not a goal, but we start with the foundation of sila, a moral foundation. And yes, our practice may look similar in the East and the West when you see someone sitting with a calm look on their face, their legs crossed, and their eyes closed. But what is the meaning and the understanding and the horizon for which they seek? You know, monastics, you look with downward gaze when you walk, right? You're guarding your senses. Think about that in Western secular meditation. If that is your horizon, that is what you see. If you look up in the context of Eastern Buddhist meditation, and your horizon is liberation, that is a dramatic difference when we talk about or we ask, what is meditation? So I'll close with this, 2 words that really bring to fruition the difference. In the West, people seek relief from suffering. RELIEF, relief. Meditation is a tool for that relief, reducing their stress. That can be helpful. I'm not dismissing or diminishing that. But in the East, I use the word release, RELEASE. And that is liberation, nibbana. And that is just so different than relief. So with that, I really appreciate your attention at such a long day, and I very much appreciate the opportunity. I know there's no time, but if people have questions, I'm going to be here for a couple days, so don't feel like you need to get them all in now. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. It's last but not actually least, we have for your sharing. This is is come from your heart, right? So thank you so much. You're not venerable, né? So what should I call you?
Rob.
Rob. Okay. Mr. or what? Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rob. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentations. So now the time has come to wind up this section. So in this session there are 4 presenters. Each one of them has brought up very interesting and very productive the contribution to that session. So to conclude that session, so that it will be kind of over. Oh yeah, he invited, sorry, little, he invited questions for clarification or comment. Any, yeah. Yes, Venerable Sir.
I haven't got any question to ask, but I would like to, as you have made your observation, I also would like to give you my observation on your 2R, relief and release. First, let me express, appreciation of your presence and the short but important contribution you have just made with your observation. The scope of this conference is to look at the text and also through the lenses of the living tradition and also contemporary development. I was thinking about the text as you making the observation. Okay, release and relief. I think both of them, they are part of. If we just mention one sutta, the Satipatthana Sutta's scope of the benefits of meditation or mindfulness or Satipatthana, whatever you want to call it. 6 or 7 of them, only the last one is termed as if you like, release, or maybe the one before that in Pali, Nyaya and Nibbana, only those 2, attaining enlightenment and also achieving nirvana. But before that, we can actually say they are actually related to relief stages, different relief stages. And I think that matters. That relief benefit is crucial in order to develop confidence in people, because in the development of good qualities, the Buddha always begins with saddha, that is, to have confidence. And I think from what I have observed, being in the West for about 3 decades, I think the saddha is growing. Of course, it will take a bit of time, although mainly it's about relief for the moment. You do have some people, maybe the minority, who are interested in release. And some of them actually have formed I don't quite remember the name of the organization. One of our students, Paul Cable, here from England, the aim is to achieve a realhood, and they actually go for that. And his teacher, Dan Brown from America, and himself, a British, they actually dedicate their life to this. Not merely relief, relief stage, but dedicating themselves to release. Thank you once again for your presence and your observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Sierra, for your comment. Yes. The session will hand over to MC. Yes, you can proceed.
I'm very thankful to our moderator, Venerable VAJRAYANA, for moderating this session successfully and for handing over the program to me again. Your reflection and commentary were completely enriching for all of us. Additionally, I would like to extend our deepest thanks to our 4 presenters for sharing your profound knowledge and research on Theravada Buddhist meditation, text living tradition, and contemporary scientific research in marking of the 10th anniversary of SSBU. I truly appreciate your time, effort, and deep dedication. And also, I would like to say thank to everyone who are joining us both here and online. For you added participants, thank you very much. Now we will proceed the presenting of certificate of acknowledgement as a token of our deep appreciation to our moderator, presenters, and MC. For our virtual presenters, the certificate of acknowledgement will be forwarded by our email shortly. To confer these certificates of acknowledgement, may I respectfully invite our most venerable Professor Dr. Kamma Dhammasami to kindly come forward, please, Venerable Sir. To receive the certificate of appreciation, first, may I request Venerable Dr. Thích Nhan to come forward and receive the certificate of acknowledgement, please, Venerable Sir. Then I would like to remind other presenters to be ready to receive the certificate of acknowledgement. And now I would like to invite our Venerable Kusala Dhamma to come forward and receive the certificate of acknowledgement. Please, Venerable Sir. After Venerable Kusala Dhamma, I would like to also kindly request Mr. Rolf to kindly forward and receive the souvenir of the SSPU. Yeah. So for the Mr. Rolf, for you certificate, we will provide you later. So for now, please kindly receive the souvenir of SSPU. Yeah. And I would like to invite our moderator, Venerable Dr. VAJRAYANA, to come in front and receive the acknowledgement of appreciation. So now, as I am the MC of this afternoon session, may I step forward and receive the acknowledgement of appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Venerable Sir, for your kind presenting of the certificate of appreciation. So now I would like to invite all presenters and moderators and MC to take group photo with our Writer Zero and Pro-Writer Zero. So after that, we will conclude our session here. Yeah, you may bring your certificate with you. Congratulations, today English paper presentation session ends here successfully. I truly appreciate all presenters, moderators, MC, and all audience who are joining us at this conference hall and online from different countries. As we come to the end of our session today, please be reminded that tomorrow's session will begin at 8 a.m. right here in the KVZ International Meeting Hall. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow morning, so please enjoy your time at SSPU. Again, thank you very much for your kind attention and active participation. May you be well, peaceful, and continue to the progress on the noble path of Dhamma. Thank you very much. Please be reminded that tomorrow's session will begin at 8 a.m. right here. So we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for your attention and active participation. Thank you very much.